both timely and opportune, as the theme driving green growth and climate finance solution for Africa and the world is quite befitting, especially now ahead of COP28, where parties will take stock of our efforts to address the climate crisis and commitment to address both climate crisis in the context of the Paris Agreement and the Climate Convention itself. Excellencies, the stakes are high and actions have to take place not tomorrow, but today and literally now. As Africans, we have no choice but to seize the moment to capitalize on its potential to offer solutions to green growth and decarbonization, and while creating resilience to our communities and economies. We can no longer afford to address economic development, climate change, and African poverty burden in isolation. The interplay between development and climate change is undeniable, and this interlink demand integrated and coherent solution that will provide opportunity for socio-economic development of Africa. Excellencies, while the continent is highly impacted by the changing climate, it is nevertheless holding the key to solving the climate challenge. The just released Economic Development in Africa Report 2023 shows the potential of Africa to capture technology-intensive global supply chains, and it said it's all about development of Africa with climate change. It provides a unique insight into Africa's centrality to the green transition that will clearly transform our continent economies. It is said that all metals and minerals that are important and strategic for the low carbon transition are abundantly found in Africa. And these are chromium, lithium, natural graphite, nickel, niobium, rare earth metals, silver, and many more. Given the abundance of these minerals, the continent needs to reposition itself not only as a supplier of raw materials globally, but strengthen the value chains by ensuring their conversion into intermediate and final as critical minerals, as they were called critical minerals. They have to make critical contributions to our internal revenue collection and employment creation. They also have to contribute critically in the environmental protection in our countries. So having all these, Africa has to stand firm to use the materials for our own development. Excellencies, human capital dividend in Africa is another force to reckon. To avoid the past mistakes in the history of our continent, we need to focus on human capital advancement by training our own people, especially youth, so as to be able to reap from these vast opportunities. We need to consider the climate crisis as an opportunity to address the youth unemployment challenges. Excellencies, beyond the African potentials, we have potentials in our individual countries. My country, Tanzania, is leading the way by demonstrating strong momentum in driving the green growth. Almost 95% of our energy is from hydro and natural gas. We are also leading in nature conservation with almost 38% of our land mass under conservation in various regimes. We are also committed in nurturing the ecosystems that hold the promise of creating thousands of new jobs and unlimited national economic and global benefits. Talking on the offering of critical mineral to the world, Tanzania has huge deposits of some of these critical minerals needed today. Helium is present around Lake Rukwa Basin, nickel deposits around Lake Victoria, graphite reserves at the southern eastern part of the country, and we also accommodate other deposits, critical minerals, including copper and lithium, as well as rare elements. Despite of the above scenario, we, however, need to face the fact that Tanzania, and indeed the whole of African continent, still faces unprecedented impacts of climate change, with limited capacity to finance the mitigation and adaptation needs. And thus, as we head towards COP28, we have to raise an African voice on the establishment and capitalization of a special fund for Africa. The contribution and the pledges which are given by the advanced countries have to say what percentage of those pledges goes to Africa, and not just a blanket pledges. As I conclude, and as you are all aware, Tanzania is hosting the AGRF Food and Agriculture Summit this same week. The Presidential Summit is on 7th of September, a day after tomorrow. I therefore wish to use this opportunity to once again invite you to Tanzania, and I'll personally be there to welcome you all. Once again, I congratulate you, Mr. President RUTO, for organizing such a successful event, and I look forward to seeing you all in Dar es Salaam. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Another round of applause for President Samia Suluhu Hassan. Now it's my pleasure to request my brother, President Mohamed Yunus Memphi, the President of Libya, to make his remarks. Your Excellency, Mr. President.
فخامة الرئيس ويليام روتو رئيس جمهورية كينيا، رئيس لجنة رؤساء الدول والحكومات الأفريقية المعنية بتغير المناخ، السادة رؤساء الدول والحكومات الدول الأعضاء بالاتحاد الأفريقي، معالي السيد موسى فقي محمد رئيس مفوضية الاتحاد الأفريقي، السيدات والسادة، يطيب لي أن أعبر عن شكري لفخامة الرئيس ويليام روتو ولحكومة وشعب كينيا على استضافة هذه القمة الهامة لأفريقيا وللعالم، وأن أهني الرئيس روتو على قيادته الرشيدة والفاعلة للجنة الأفريقية المعنية بتغير المناخ، وأثمن الجهود التي تقوم بها المفوضية من أجل التوصل إلى موقف أفريقي موحد اتجاه المسائل، وهذه المسألة والمسائل الأخرى محل اهتمامنا. لقد نادت أفريقيا منذ تأسيس منظمة الوحدة الأفريقية، وما زالت وبصوت واحد إلى أن يرفع عنها الظلم التاريخي الذي وقع عليها وما زالت بعض صوره ماثلة إلى يومنا هذا، ولكننا أمام التحديات والمخاطر التي يفرضها تغير المناخ على العالم بأسره. دعا الاتحاد الأفريقي إلى أن نتكاتف جميعاً أغنياء وفقراء شمالاً وجنوب إلى حشد الجهود والموارد التي تقلل من المخاطر والتكيف مع التغيرات، وتحويل هذه التحديات إلى فرص تقوم على أسس الشراكة الاستراتيجية تؤدي إلى سد الفجوة التمويلية والفجوة التقنية لتمكين أفريقيا والجنوب العالمي من الانتقال من خانة الحلقة الأضعف إلى خانة الشريك، بما يوفر للعالم إمكانيات أوسع للتكيف ونحمي من خلالها كوكبنا ونحقق بها تنمية أفقية مستدامة. يجب أن تكون هناك إجراءات تتصف بالاستعجالية للحد من أي ضرر أو أضرار أخرى لا يمكن إصلاحها تهدد أنماط الحياة على الكوكب، وما نحتاجه المزيد من الحلول، وأفريقيا قارة واعدة في هذا الشأن كما بيّنت الوثائق المرجعية لمؤتمرنا هذا. أفريقيا ستوفر لكوكبنا إن التزم شركاؤنا بانتقال حقيقي في موقفهم فرصة حقيقية للتعامل مع الخطر بطرق أكثر فاعلية، بدءا من معالجة انبعاث الكربون إلى النمو الأخضر، مرورا بالمعادن الخضراء التي توفر التحول والاستدامة في مصادر الطاقة التي بالإمكان استخراجها واستغلالها بطرق صديقة للبيئة من خلال سد الفجوتين التمويلية والتقنية، وكذلك رفع نسبة مساهمة مصادر الطاقات المتنوعة مثل الطاقة الشمسية والرياح والشبكات الذكية لتعويض انخفاض في توليد الطاقة من الوقود الأحفوري، وهو ما يظهر الحاجة إلى مبادرات مناخية توافقية لمكافحة تغيير المناخ وتجاوز المصالح الفردية لعدد من الدول الصناعية الكبرى. مطالب القارة الأفريقية كما هي ظاهرة وفي وثائق هذه القمة وفي مقرر مؤتمر الاتحاد الأفريقي الذي تقرر فيه انعقاد هذه القمة قبل مؤتمر دول الأطراف في نوفمبر القادم في أبو ظبي، وفي مشروع البيان السياسي لقمتنا هذه يجعلنا نتمسك بموقفنا الداعي لرؤية شاملة نتجاوز الخطوط الفاصلة بين أفريقيا ودول الجنوب الأخرى والدول الصناعية الكبرى، ونرسم ملامح المرحلة القادمة على أسس أننا شركاء من أجل هدف واحد وفق وسائل عمل بناءة ومشتركة. نحيي الحاضرين معنا اليوم الشركاء الإنمائيون، المنظمات الحكومية الدولية والقطاع الخاص المشارك، مراكز البحث العلمي والأكاديميون، منظمات المجتمع المدني، النساء والشباب والمشاركون في هذا المعرض البيئي. وسيكون علينا بعد اختتام أعمال مؤتمرنا هذا الذي سيتوج بإعلان سياسي يمثل الموقف الأفريقي الموحد أن نحشد جهودنا ونحن نستعد للمشاركة في مؤتمر أبو ظبي كوب 28 من أجل الدفاع على ما سنختتم به أعمالنا هنا في نيروبي. شكرا جزيلا وشكرا فخامة الرئيس.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. A round of applause for President Memphi again. Thank you. Let me now take this opportunity to ask my brother, Julius Bio, the President of Sierra Leone, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of Comoros and Chairperson of the African Union, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, Your Excellency Patricia Scotland, the Secretary General for Commonwealth, Your Excellency First Ladies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm pleased to address this high-level session of the African Climate Summit 2023 under the Kenyan presidency and to reaffirm Sierra Leone's commitment to scale up climate action urgently. I must thank His Excellency President William Ruto and the government of the Republic of Kenya for the excellent arrangements made for this summit as African countries seek to address climate change priorities in this critical decade. From coastal KISII with the Atlantic Ocean to the panoramic vista, from the towering cane of the mountains, the Loma Mountain, to our sprawling national parks, Sierra Leone is a canvas painted with nature's most vibrant hues. Our golden beaches are a testament to nature's artistry. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you've not been to Sierra Leone, I'm inviting you to come. However, beneath our nation's beauties lies an unmistakable urgency. With a median age of just over 19 years, our young population, like the other young populations representing Africa's vibrant future, stand at a defining crossroads. Their legacy, and indeed our collective legacy, is shaped by the choices we make today. The seas, once serenading us with gentle lullabies, now one of rising tides that could erase generational achievements. The rains which celebrated our lands now pose a looming threat. Why Sierra Leone is rich with nature's gift. This very geographical splendor renders us vulnerable. Climate change for us isn't a distant shadow. Climate projections in Sierra Leone include temperature increases, extreme weather conditions, intense precipitation, and rising sea levels. Our shores, symbols of natural grandeur, are receding. Many of our communities face displacement, and our pristine beaches risk fading away, and calamities like landslide and floods have become hauntingly regular. The surge in pests and diseases is another testament to our enduring imbalance. Without swift collective action, we risk witnessing the obliteration of Sierra Leone's invaluable ecosystems, leading to further dislocation of our communities and the devastation of their sources of sustenance. This is not just a Sierra Leone story. It is an African story. And I dare say it is a global story too. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our world is in trouble. But our continent is even more so. The evidence is clear. The time for action is now, but we are running out of time. Grounded in this stark reality, my government remains unwavering in our commitment to fortifying climate resilience, ensuring our people thrive sustainably and harmoniously with nature. In our updated nationally determined commitment, Sierra Leone has defined a progressive pathway forward for cutting greenhouse gases emission from the 2005 levels by 5% by 2025, 10% by 2030, and 25% by 2050. My government is unyieldingly devoted to climate change resilience and adaptation. This includes support for community-based adaptation in agriculture and energy sectors, integrated water resource management, and climate change disaster risk management. We are also poised to improve meteorological services for early warning systems and enhance and protect conservation of natural habitats and ecosystems. Furthermore, our climate change mitigation strategies extend to promoting renewable energy, infrastructure, resilience, and extensive reforestation efforts on at least 960,000 hectares of land. As we engage in country planning, we will also prioritize low carbon screening. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. To reaffirm our commitment, we have institutionalized efforts against global menace. We have established a dedicated Ministry of Environment and Climate Change and a Climate Change, Renewable Energy and Food Security Presidential Initiative led by Dr. Kande Yonkela. We are designing policies and programs and laying the framework for establishing strong partnerships for funding and implementing projects on major cross-cutting thematic areas of national and global significance. Agriculture is the mainstay of our economy. Recognizing the core importance and extreme vulnerability of agriculture in Sierra Leone, we are focusing on resilience and innovation within this sector, leveraging technology and forward-thinking strategies for climate adaptation. Our overarching aspiration, as enshrined in our National Development Plan, is clear. Achieve food and nutrition security by 2030 through climate-smart practices bolstered by renewable energy throughout the agricultural value chain. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, meaningful inclusion and intergenerational dialogue are crucial to achieving SDG 13, to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. In Sierra Leone, we consider our women equal partners for development. We passed the Progressive Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Bill, which guaranteed by law a minimum of 30% representation of women for all appointive and elective positions. My government is committed to promoting the inclusion of women in climate resilience programs and the participation of women in decision-making for climate change adaptation and mitigation governance at all levels. We must harness our demographic dividends on the continent and involve our youthful population in our climate adaptation and mitigation efforts throughout by involving the youth in everything that we do. Sierra Leone's quest for environmental resilience hinges upon our capacity to address climate finance, build local competencies, and refine our legislative blueprints, and etc. Solutions like carbon markets, innovative debt swaps, and novel financial tools such as leveraging our natural resources may be our bridge to surmount a fiscal chasm. Our appeal is clear. Sierra Leone seeks equitable, nimble, and timely access to climate financing. We ask for unbarred access to new climate change adaptation and mitigation technologies and shared knowledge. Our salvation from escalating climate crises lies in collective wisdom and concerted efforts. Another challenge is our institutional prowess in designing programs that attract climate finance is still developing. We yearn for guidance and backing to bolster our legislative architecture, especially concerning forest conservation. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while shared, the responsibility for climate adaptation and mitigation is not and should not be evenly distributed. Expecting countries like Sierra Leone to bear the brunt of a crisis that scarcely contributed to without robust support from the primary emitters, the industrial giants, is fundamentally unjust. Our stance is unequivocal. We are here to collaborate, not to capitulate. We seek cooperation, not charity. The actions of significant polluters must pivot from mere declarations and vague commitments to actionable, technology-driven reparations. It is a demand grounded in the technical feasibility of climate justice, not just its moral imperative. A unified front against the existential crisis is not just desired, it is imperative. As I close, I implore all of us present, the hourglass of action is dwindling, and the sands of time wait for none. Let's come together, not just in spirit, but in action, but in actionable solidarity. For in unity we find just strength, but not just strength, but salvation. Thank you.
Another round of applause for President Bayo. Thank you very much. Now let me take this opportunity to request my sister again, Her Excellency Saleh Work Zewde, the President of Ethiopia. Madam President, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President William Ruto, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The This is a very important summit. Congratulations to the African Union for organizing it and for Kenya for being our gracious host, as it is in the tradition of this country. Africa has tried its best to make its voice heard. This is not the first time that we meet to do so. In fact, to speak with one voice and to alert partners of the disastrous consequences. Ethiopia has been on the forefront of this fight. A lot has been done to coordinate our efforts in order to have a strong common position. Common position is indeed always needed in our African Union Forum. Today it's about climate, but the continent's major issues such as peace, stability, progress requires indeed our common position. It has been increasingly difficult to explain to our people, and particularly to our youth, this contradiction. Resource-rich continent and yet poor people. To explain the injustice that has been mentioned many times here today. That is why our summit cannot and should never be a talk show, but a place where concrete actions and actionable actions are being taken. Let me also say that without sufficient research publications, it would be difficult for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change to get accurate representation of Africa's special needs and circumstances that would build evidence-based for advancing the key ask of the continent. So it is imperative that as Africa, we prioritize investments in our research capacity to develop scientific publications to inform and guide global efforts to combat climate change. We must emphasize on investing in African research institutions to produce regionally relevant science that can inform the different working groups under the IPCC. This endeavor requires a strong commitment from both African scientists and the international community, accompanied by the financial capacity necessary to deliver this research. Ethiopia has witnessed in the past decades, including the last consecutive years, persistent drought, flooding, locust invasion, where millions were severely affected. We've been carrying out different practical policy and action interventions as a step to contribute to emission removal and building adaptation capacity. Besides, we've also put in place national adaptation plan to build and boost resilience and adaptation capacity. Building climate resilient green economy is one of the pillars of our 10-year national development plan. As per our strategic consideration, we have launched the long-term low-emission and climate-resilient development strategy that has been submitted to the UNFCCC with the aspiration to achieve net zero emission and building climate-resilient development by 2050. The Ethiopian Green Legacy Initiative that has been mentioned again today, that was launched in 2019, has succeeded in planting 25 billion seedlings on the degraded landscapes by mobilizing volunteers throughout the nation. The initiative helped for the development of more than 120 nurseries and created more than 180,000 jobs throughout the country. More importantly, the initiative is intended to inculcate the green behavior in each of our citizens. The greening initiative has been scaled up into fruit-bearing perennial trees, thereby directly linking the initiative with our food system transformation strategy. In the agriculture sector, Ethiopia has achieved notable progress in enhancing its wheat production, effectively transforming a deficit of 15 million metric tons in 2019-2020 into a surplus of 65 million quintals in 2022-23. I think this achievement has enabled Ethiopia to meet not only its domestic need and in fact commence with exports. This gives me a good opportunity to thank the African Development Bank and most particularly its president, my young brother, for the support that was given to us. The plan is to cultivate 2 million hectares during the dry season alone in 2023. The success of wheat production is critical for the country's efforts to enhance food security and achieve food sovereignty. In terms of renewable energy production, Ethiopia is also investing on green energy projects such as hydroelectric, wind, solar, and geothermal energy sectors, as well as promoting modern rural cooking technologies. We have successfully run the hydro energy producing projects, including the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, with domestic resources which will significantly make difference in the country's status in terms of social, environmental, and economic needs. Ethiopia is striving to finance climate actions proactively and persistently as means systematically addressing the economic challenges of the country. Accordingly, the government has invested over $82 million from 2011 to 2019, mobilized from domestic, bilateral, multilateral sources, as well as from international climate finance institutions on climate change mitigation and adaptation projects and programs in agriculture, energy, transport, industry, forest, urban development, and health sectors. Despite this investment, Ethiopia still needs to attract and mobilize a significant finance to support its climate-compatible development agenda. We still count on our partners to fulfill their commitments to developing countries and committing themselves for the new challenge of setting new quantified finance goals in the coming years. We also strongly urge multilateral financial institutions to undergo a serious reform that fits for purpose for the needs and circumstances of developing countries, rather than fueling the historical debt accumulated on the shoulders of developing countries and mainly Africa. Our future depends on our decision now. Urgent action is needed in limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius to avoid worst impact. 8 years after its signature, ensuring the implementation of Paris Agreement is not an option again. As I conclude, I would like to assure you Ethiopia's unwavering commitment to work with our fellow Africans and other global partners to achieve our priorities and the long-term objective of making the planet comfortable for present and future generations. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my dear sister. Another round of applause for President Zewde. Let me now take this opportunity to request Brahim Ghali, the President of Sahrawi Arab Republic. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
فخامة الرئيس السيد ويليام روتو رئيس جمهورية كينيا ورئيس رؤساء الدول الحكومة الإفريقية المعنية بتغيير المناخ، فخامة السيد غزالي رئيس الاتحاد الإفريقي، فخامة السيد موسى فكي رئيس مفوضية الاتحاد الإفريقي، أصحاب الفخامة والمعالي رؤساء الدول والوفود، الحضور الكريم، يطيب لي بداية أن أعرب عن جزيل الشكر والتقدير لجمهورية كينيا حكومة وشعبا برئاسة فخامة السيد ويليام روتو على الدعوة الكريمة التي تلقيناها وعلى ما حظينا به من حسن الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة وعلى ما وفرته لنا من ظروف لإنجاح هذا الاستحقاق قمة المناخ الإفريقية. على غرار الكثير من بلدان العالم تقف الجمهورية الصحراوية على خط المواجهة في أزمة تغير المناخ، وإذ نواجه تلك التحديات المرتبطة بالتغيير المناخي فإننا نخوض في الوقت نفسه نضالا باسلا في سبيل إنهاء الاستعمار من بلادنا جراء وضع الاحتلال الناجم عن النزاع بين الجمهورية الصحراوية والمملكة المغربية، وهي تحديات مرتبطة ومتداخلة. فهذا الوضع تسبب في نزوح أكثر من 200 ألف مواطن صحراوي إلى مناطق قاسية مناخيا، إذ تصل درجات الحرارة في مخيمات اللاجئين إلى مستويات قياسية. وفي الأراضي المحتلة من الجمهورية الصحراوية فإن ممارسات الاحتلال التي تتم خارج القانون الدولي بلا حسيب ولا رقيب ومن قبيل الاستيطان والتصنيع وتطوير الآليات والنهب في مجال الصيد البحري واستنزاف الموارد المائية والفلاحية لغرض التصدير تفاقم من تأثيرات تغير المناخ. كما يتسبب جدار الاحتلال العسكري الذي يقسم بلادنا إلى قسمين في حرمان الأراضي المحررة من الجمهورية الصحراوية من المياه، وهو ما يشكل تدهورا بيئيا خطيرا يزيد من آثار الجفاف الذي تعانيه المنطقة. ذلك أنه أدى إلى تغييرات عميقة في سطح الأرض التي أصبحت أكثر عرضة للتعرية الريحية وركود المياه. وقد زاد هذا الوضع من ظاهرة التصحر، كما أن المناطق الملغومة المحاذية للجدار أصبحت مناطق غير صالحة للسكن وذات إنتاجية اقتصادية محدودة. إن تلك التحديات الجمة تطلبت منا اتخاذ إجراءات عملية تتلائم مع الوضع القائم، وفي هذا السياق طورت الجمهورية الصحراوية مساهمتها المحددة وطنيا NDC التي تحدد الإجراءات الملحة للتكيف مع التغير المناخي والتخفيف من حدته من خلال تعزيز التنمية القائمة على الطاقة المتجددة بدلا من الطاقة الأحفورية. وقد تم تدعيم المساهمة NDC بخطة التكيف الوطنية NAP من خلال المبادرات الوزارية المشتركة التي شملت عديد الوزارات. وفي مخيمات اللاجئين الصحراويين قامت الجمهورية الصحراوية بتطوير أنظمة زراعية تقتصد في استخدام المياه، كما قامت بتطوير أساليب حديثة ومنخفضة التكلفة لبناء المنازل بهدف مواجهة الأخطار المتزايدة للفيضانات، إضافة إلى انتشار استخدام الطاقة الشمسية صغيرة الحجم. وفي الأراضي المحررة تمت تجربة مشاريع مد المناطق الريفية بالكهرباء اعتمادا على الطاقة الشمسية وطاقة الرياح، وإنشاء أنظمة الطاقة الشمسية لدعم المرافق الطبية في المناطق النائية والمعزولة. السيد الرئيس، على الرغم من الطبيعة الصحراوية لبلادنا، إلا أن لنا الكثير لنقدمه للاقتصاد الأزرق في إفريقيا، فسواحلنا الأطلسية تعد موطنا لمصائد الأسماك الوفيرة، كما يضم الشريط الساحلي لأراضي الجمهورية الصحراوية الممتد على مسافة 1110 كيلومتر مناطق رطبة مهمة، بما فيها 4 مواقع معترف بها بموجب اتفاقيات رامسار الدولية للحفاظ على الاستخدام المستدام للمناطق الرطبة، وهي واد الساقية، بوجدور، خليج الداخلة، وسبخة إمليلي. ورغم أن كل هذه الموارد تتعرض لتأثيرات التغير المناخي جراء الاستغلال المفرط البشع الذي تتعرض له تحت الاحتلال، إلا أن الجمهورية الصحراوية تسجل التزامها بخطط التسيير الحصيفة في هذا المجال، بما ينسجم مع المبادرات الإفريقية وأهدافها في الحفاظ على السواحل والأراضي الرطبة في قارتنا وفي العالم. إضافة إلى العمل على ضمان خطط إدارية للمواقع ذات الأهمية البيئية بما يراعي متطلبات التغير المناخي، ستعمل الجمهورية الصحراوية على إقامة شركات مع البلدان والمنظمات الإفريقية الأخرى لبناء قدراتنا الوطنية وتبادل الخبرات ذات الصلة بالاقتصاد الأزرق. إن تأخر الأمم المتحدة في استكمال عملية تصفية الاستعمار من الصحراء الغربية آخر مستعمرة في إفريقيا لا يمكن أن يكون مبرراً لعدم انخراط الجمهورية الصحراوية الكامل في المجهود العالمي للتصدي للتغير المناخي وآثاره المدمرة. فمن غير المعقول أن تحرم بلادي من الحصول على التمويلات المرصودة لمواجهة أزمات تغير المناخ، ولا من الدعم الفني عبر آليات تمويل المناخ التابعة للأمم المتحدة وغيرها. أخيرا، لا يمكن حرمان الجمهورية الصحراوية من حقها وواجبها في المساهمة مع إفريقيا والعالم في المعركة الوجودية، كل هذا ناهيك عن تقاسم تجربة بلادنا الخاصة المكتسبة خلال عقود من التعايش مع الظروف المناخية القاسية مع الشعوب والأمم الأخرى. ومن هنا تأتي ضرورة تمثيل الطرف الصحراوي في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ وفي مؤتمر الأطراف الموقعة عليها كوبس، وضرورة توقيع الطرف الصحراوي على اتفاقية باريس للمشاركة في المفاوضات وتقديم مساهمتها المحددة وطنيا بشكل دوري إلى مكتب أمانة اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ. فالصوت الصحراوي سيكون صوتا إفريقيا مضافا ومعززا للموقف الإفريقي. ترتبط التنمية المستدامة وإدارة الاقتصاد الأزرق في إفريقيا ارتباطا وثيقا بكيفية استجابتنا لتحدي تغير المناخ والجمهورية الصحراوية على أتم الاستعداد للمساهمة مع أشقائها الأفارقة مع دول العالم لتحقيق أفضل النتائج. كل التوفيق والنجاح لأشغال القمة وشكرا والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Gali, for that statement. Now it's my humble duty to request His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of Burundi, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mheshimiwa RUTO, na hongera sana kwa maandalizi mazuri ya mkutano huyu. D'abord, rendons grâce à Dieu le Tout-Puissant qui nous a donné ce beau continent immense et riche d'opportunités de développement. Votre Excellence, Monsieur William Samoei Ruto, président de la République du Kenya, notre hôte, Excellence, Mesdames, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement ici présents, Mesdames, Messieurs les représentants des organisations internationales et régionales, Mesdames, Messieurs, en vos rangs et qualités respectives, à l'entame de mes propos, permettez-moi de remercier le président Samoei Ruto, le gouvernement et le peuple kenyan pour l'accueil chaleureux réservé à notre endroit. Je félicite également le gouvernement kenyan et l'Union africaine pour l'excellente organisation de ce sommet qui arrive au point nommé. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, le changement climatique est actuellement l'une des plus grandes menaces collectives pour l'humanité. Au Burundi, les impacts du changement climatique, principalement la sécheresse, les pluies torrentielles, les vents violents, les inondations et les glissements de terrain sont les principaux facteurs de déplacement interne. À cela s'ajoute l'augmentation du niveau des eaux du lac Tanganyika, les canicules insupportables, la dégradation croissante des terres qui pousse les familles à se disputer le peu de terres fertiles restantes, etc. D'après les résultats de la cartographie multi-risque au Burundi, la perte annuelle moyenne nationale due aux 5 aléas majeurs est estimée à environ 100 millions de dollars. Dans ces pertes, 72% viennent des inondations, 5% des pluies torrentielles et 4% des vents violents. Ainsi, ces aléas occasionnent annuellement une perte moyenne de plus de 70 millions de dollars. Cela impacte le bien-être des populations et leur quiétude, provoque la destruction de l'habitat humain et des infrastructures, la prolifération des maladies et parfois la perte en vies humaines. Ces 20 dernières années, les 1001 collines du Burundi, jadis verdoyantes, sont exposées aux effets du changement climatique. Le Burundi était habitué à avoir une pluviométrie de 9 mois, mais aujourd'hui, la sécheresse commence à dépasser les 4 mois, avec un calendrier inhabituel dans la succession et le rythme des saisons, ce qui affecte le rendement de la production agricole et animale. Au regard de cette situation, le Burundi a multiplié diverses initiatives pour y faire face. En effet, le Burundi s'aligne à toutes les conventions internationales relatives au changement climatique. À cet égard, le Burundi s'est doté dans le Code de l'environnement en 2021 et l'une des politiques d'orientation environnementale, agricole et d'élevage tenant compte du changement climatique. Ce programme s'accompagne de la mobilisation des agriculteurs en mettre en avant la plantation des arbres fertilitaires, en plus du traçage des courbes de niveau pour retenir des eaux de pluie. Le Burundi a préparé et révisé en 2020 ses contributions déterminées au niveau national pour rendre opérationnel l'accord de Paris. Un plan national d'adaptation a été également adopté conformément au paragraphe 9 de l'article 4 de l'accord de Paris. Dans la même optique, au niveau pratique, le Burundi implique et mobilise régulièrement les jeunes en vacances dans la préparation des pépinières d'arbres forestiers et agroforestiers et à planter pendant les campagnes de reboisement qui se fait chaque année dans le cadre d'un vaste programme Ewe Burundi Rambaye, le Burundi couvert, initié depuis 2018 dans le but de réhabiliter les zones forestières dégradées. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, le Burundi ambitionne de devenir un pays émergent d'ici 2040 et développé en 2060. Un des objectifs de développement comprend la protection de l'environnement et le renforcement de la résilience au changement climatique. Dans cette perspective, plusieurs projets sont en cours et d'autres sont envisagés pour réaliser un développement économique sobre, en carbone et résilient au changement climatique. Nous pouvons citer entre autres la mise en place des agropoles, des centres hydroélectriques et photovoltaïques, les énergies renouvelables, la gestion efficace des déchets, l'extension du programme national de reboisement, le développement de l'agriculture intelligente par des innovations technologiques adaptées au contexte agricole et géographique, et cela s'accompagnera par la réduction de l'utilisation de bois de chauffage dans les ménages en promouvant d'autres moyens de substitution tels que la tourbe, le gaz naturel et le biogaz. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, comme vous le savez, l'Afrique supporte le poids des impacts du changement climatique, bien qu'elle contribue à moins de 4% des émissions mondiales de gaz à effet de serre et que sa responsabilité historique soit négligeable. C'est le moment ici de lancer un appel vibrant aux pays développés de respecter leurs engagements pris lors du sommet sur le climat à Paris en 2015, en libérant les 100 milliards par an en faveur des pays en développement pour atténuer les changements climatiques et soutenir les efforts de transition verte, de croissance verte de notre économie. Pour conclure, nous réitérons notre attachement à l'accord de Paris, à la stratégie et au plan d'action 2022-2032 de l'Afrique en matière de changement climatique et de développement résilient. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your comments. Another round of applause for President Evariste Ndayishimiye. Let me now take this opportunity to request the Vice President of Angola, my dear sister, to come and make her statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excelência, William Samoei Ruto, Presidente da República do Quênia. Excelência, Sr. Azali Assoumani, Presidente em exercício da União Africana. Excelência, Sr. Moussa Faki, Presidente da Comissão da União Africana. Excelências, Primeiras Damas, distintos convidados, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, todo o protocolo observado. Permitam-me, Excelências, apresentar, em primeiro lugar, os cumprimentos de Sua Excelência João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, Presidente da República de Angola, a quem tenho a elevada honra de representar nesta magna cimeira, com a participação dos Estados-membros, no sentido de contribuir efetivamente para a identificação de soluções duráveis que respondam aos desafios globais relacionados com o clima no nosso continente. Aproveitamos igualmente para felicitar o governo do Quênia pelo excelente acolhimento proporcionado a mim e à delegação que me acompanha. Saudamos também a União Africana por esta importante iniciativa, bem como felicitamos Sua Excelência William Ruto, Presidente da República do Quênia, como coordenador do Comitê de Chefes de Estado e de Governos Africanos para as Alterações Climáticas, incentivando os Estados-membros a contribuírem para o processo de transformação econômica verde do continente e na otimização dos recursos humanos e naturais, bem como na adaptação e na mitigação às alterações climáticas. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, há cerca de meio século, o ambiente foi colocado no centro do desenvolvimento e do bem-estar humano, e à semelhança de outras regiões, a África tem sido fortemente afetada por choques globais múltiplos, incluindo condições financeiras restritivas a nível global, perturbações nas cadeias de abastecimento, dos impactos cada vez mais crescentes das alterações climáticas e de eventos climáticos extremos, como inundações e secas severas, constituindo uma ameaça às economias africanas, revelando um impacto negativo na concretização dos diferentes programas nacionais e no alcance dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, Excelências, o Presidente da República de Angola, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, dá prioridade às questões das alterações climáticas através do Programa Nacional de Desenvolvimento Sustentável 2022-2027, que define como prioridades a segurança alimentar, a agricultura familiar, o desenvolvimento local, a adaptação às alterações climáticas, a educação, a saúde, para maior desenvolvimento do capital humano, a criação de empregos inclusivos, mas também a modernização e expansão das infraestruturas, tanto rodoviárias como portuárias, e polos industriais, para apoio à diversificação da economia e ao crescimento sustentável. A África é um continente de oportunidades, onde as mulheres e a juventude são os maiores produtores de alimentos e constituem cerca de 70% do potencial produtivo. Por isso, têm de ser financiadas as iniciativas e projetos que os envolvem em atividades de grande valor do agronegócio. Precisamos de financiar o emprego verde para os jovens, de modo a ampliar cada vez mais a adaptação, a resiliência das nossas comunidades e promover o desenvolvimento sustentável. Angola está totalmente comprometida com a implementação da Convenção Quadro das Nações Unidas para as Alterações Climáticas. Por esta razão, temos elaborado políticas e programas de ação como a Estratégia Nacional para as Alterações Climáticas 2022-2035, uma estratégia que pretende dar resposta aos desafios lançados pelo Acordo de Paris e pelos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável da Agenda 2030 e estabelecer a visão da política nacional angolana no horizonte 2035. Por iniciativa própria, a República de Angola está a desenvolver um programa energético diversificado que hoje incentiva a transição energética com energias limpas e renováveis, com a entrada em funcionamento de 2 projetos, que são os painéis fotovoltaicos com cerca de 285 megawatts, o que irá reduzir o impacto da emissão de dióxido de carbono em cerca de 935 mil toneladas ano. Estando ainda em conclusão a construção de mais 5 parques fotovoltaicos em outras províncias do país. Em termos de adaptação às alterações climáticas, estamos a implementar ações de mitigação dos efeitos da seca no sul de Angola. Com esforços endógenos, o país investiu mais de 130 milhões de dólares americanos para a construção do canal do Cafo, uma infraestrutura que vai permitir levar água para as populações afetadas pela seca, bem como para a prática da agricultura, aumentando assim a resiliência das nossas comunidades rurais. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, reconhecemos que o caminho que está sendo trilhado é longo. No que diz respeito às soluções tecnológicas inovadoras para os desafios ambientais, o consumo e produção sustentáveis, que, como não poderia deixar de ser, nos coloca alinhados com o posicionamento do grupo africano, que tem levado a cabo grandes iniciativas com vista a honrar os compromissos assumidos internacionalmente, com forte empenho no aumento de até cerca de 70% de fontes de energias renováveis até 2025. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, os danos e as perdas em África, como consequência das alterações climáticas, são elevados. Criam instabilidade social, criam deslocações forçadas da população, agudizam conflitos. Angola apela, por isso, à promoção de uma parceria global mais justa e mais equitativa. Angola considera que os investimentos em projetos climáticos em África não beneficiam apenas as nações africanas, contribuem para a estabilidade climática global. Devemos agir rapidamente. Ao terminar, agradeço por todos os esforços dedicados a esta cimeira e reafirmo o compromisso inabalável de Angola com a igualdade, com a resiliência e com todo o processo de progresso da nossa amada África. Reitero a nossa confiança na União Africana e na comunidade internacional para enfrentarmos os desafios climáticos. Unidos, podemos superar os obstáculos, construir um futuro mais brilhante para as nossas populações, para a África e para o mundo. Muito obrigada. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Another round of applause for Angola. Thank you very much. Let me now take this opportunity, with all humility, to ask President Ismail Omar Guelleh, the President of Djibouti, to make his statement. Your Excellency.
قصيدة مريتهم سي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Monsieur le Président William RUTO, président de la République du Kenya, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Mesdames et Messieurs, qu'il me soit tout d'abord permis de remercier le président de la République du Kenya, William RUTO, et le peuple frère kenyan pour l'accueil chaleureux qui nous a été réservé depuis notre arrivée dans cette belle ville de Nairobi. C'est pour moi un réel plaisir de prendre part à ce forum qui s'inscrit dans une démarche de réflexion stratégique, de dialogue, d'échange en vue du développement durable de notre continent à travers le potentiel qu'offre l'économie bleue. La République de Djibouti souscrit totalement à la déclaration de Moroni et à la stratégie de coordination en vue d'un mécanisme pour les pays côtiers qui, à eux seuls, englobent près de 13 millions de kilomètres carrés de territoire océanique. Mon pays étant un pays désertique, sévèrement impacté par le changement climatique ces derniers temps, l'économie bleue s'est depuis longtemps naturellement imposée à nous. C'est pourquoi le secteur primaire ne représente que 3% du PIB, alors que le secteur tertiaire occupe 87%. Grâce aux activités portuaires, maritimes et logistiques. Notre position géostratégique nous offre par ailleurs un atout très important dans le secteur portuaire et le trafic maritime international. En outre, pour lutter contre le spectre de la soif, le dessalement de l'eau de mer nous a permis de résoudre le problème de l'accès à l'eau potable et Djibouti a réalisé sa première usine de dessalement de l'eau de mer. C'est pour vous dire que favoriser le développement de l'économie bleue est un impératif pour Djibouti. Et c'est dans cet esprit que nous avons élaboré une stratégie nationale pour l'économie bleue au cours de l'année 2023, dont la vision nationale et les principes directeurs guideront l'action du gouvernement. De ses partenaires, et de la société civile dans les domaines maritimes et côtiers. Il en est de même pour la région de l'IGAD qui a élaboré une stratégie quinquennale, ainsi qu'un plan de mise en œuvre pour l'économie bleue, tous deux alignés sur la stratégie pour l'économie bleue en Afrique. La vision de la stratégie de l'IGAD pour l'économie bleue est une économie inclusive et durable qui pourra contribuer de manière significative à la transformation de la Corne de l'Afrique. Les autres secteurs identifiés, outre les activités portuaires et maritimes, sont la pêche et l'aquaculture, le tourisme et la sécurité maritime. De plus, les technologies de pointe, telles que l'énergie renouvelable et les télécommunications à travers les câbles sous-marins, permettent au pays d'accéder à de nouvelles ressources. Monsieur le Président, les océans transcendent les États, ils nous connectent tous les uns aux autres, et nous devons exploiter ces liens pour le développement et pas seulement pour l'enrichissement. C'est là l'essentiel de ce que signifie développer une économie bleue, c'est créer des partenariats qui nous permettent d'exploiter nos océans pour un changement de paradigme en termes d'action vers le développement durable. Pour cela, la stratégie de l'économie bleue doit reposer sur 3 principes. Le renforcement de la croissance économique des activités maritimes traditionnelles et émergentes, la sauvegarde des ressources naturelles et des services écosystémiques, la création d'emplois durables et la préservation des moyens de subsistance. Nous devons veiller à ce que nos océans créent des opportunités pour nos populations. Plus de 80% de la population djiboutienne vit dans les zones côtières. C'est pourquoi nous pensons que l'inclusion, l'appropriation et l'autonomisation des populations côtières sont des éléments essentiels de la mise en œuvre de l'économie bleue. Avant de penser aux chaînes d'approvisionnement mondiales, nous devons garantir la capacité locale de légitimer, de réglementer et de créer des opportunités. Monsieur le Président, la prise de conscience croissante des avantages des océans pour nos économies et nos sociétés, associée à la prise de conscience des multiples menaces, notamment la surexploitation des ressources maritimes, des ressources marines, la pollution marine, le changement climatique et l'acidification des océans déclenchent une dynamique accrue en faveur d'un meilleur système de protection et d'utilisation durable des ressources marines. La préservation et la protection de nos océans garantira la durabilité de notre planète. Mais cette préservation doit également s'accompagner d'actions, à savoir lutter contre les inégalités et les pratiques néfastes qui entachent la gouvernance des océans. La pêche illégale, la pêche industrielle commerciale illimitée et non durable, le déversement illégal des déchets toxiques sont autant de risques énormes pour notre planète. Cette conférence doit donc marquer le point de départ d'une nouvelle trajectoire de développement pour nos océans et nos mers. Nous sommes conscients du potentiel africain quant à l'économie bleue, mais également de nos vulnérabilités. Libérer le potentiel d'une économie bleue régénératrice en Afrique et au-delà exige la mobilisation des moyens financiers adéquats, car les capacités de nos États à tirer profit de nos ressources économiques bleues restent insuffisantes. En dépit de nombreux engagements pris par la communauté internationale en matière d'adaptation au changement climatique et augmenter la résilience, nos actions restent en deçà du niveau d'urgence et de mobilisation exigé. C'est pourquoi l'Afrique continue à exhorter nos partenaires développés à respecter leur engagement, surtout car le développement de l'économie bleue s'inscrit parfaitement dans cet esprit de durabilité et de résilience prôné par l'agenda 2030 des Nations Unies et constitue une bouffée de sauvetage pour notre continent et particulièrement les pays désertiques. Je vous remercie.
Another round of applause for President Ismail Omar of Djibouti. Let me now take this opportunity to invite the Vice President of Namibia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, Head of States and Government, Ministers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to extend warm greetings from the Republic of Namibia, specifically from Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, to you, President William Ruto, for your excellent leadership in the fight against climate change and for hosting this very important and timely summit on climate change. I further extend my gratitude to you and to the people of Kenya for the excellent way this summit has been organized and the warm hospitality extended to my delegation since our arrival in this beautiful city of Nairobi. And as Your Excellency have said, I'm finally happy to have returned home to East Africa. Today, I wish to shed light on the effect and impact of climate change on Namibia and her people. Namibia's geographical location in southwest corner of Africa, with its vast desert landscape and arid climate, make it particularly vulnerable to the impact of climate change. Rising temperatures, erratic rainfall patterns, and prolonged droughts are becoming more frequent and tense, wreaking havoc on the country's economy, on our environments, and of course, affecting our people. Agriculture, a cornerstone of Namibia's economy, is significantly affected. Prolonged droughts and unpredictable rain patterns lead to the reduced crop yields, livestock losses, and increased vulnerability to food insecurity. As a result, farmers struggle to provide for their families and to contribute to the nation's food production. The impact on rural community is thus severe, exacerbating poverty and inequality. Moreover, climate change exacerbates the water scarcity challenges facing our country. With limited freshwater resources and a growing population, the demand for water is increasingly high. However, as temperature rises and rainfall becomes erratic, rivers and water bodies dry up and groundwater reserves deplete. This scarcity not only affects drinking water availability, but also should be characterized by agency, collaboration, and support. Africa, as a continent, is particularly vulnerable to the impact of climate change, despite contributing minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions. Developed nations must fulfill their commitment to provide financial and technical assistance to African countries. Adequate funding is crucial to support adaptation and mitigation efforts, improving structural resilience, and promote sustainable development. Technology transfer and capacity building initiatives can empower African nations to implement climate-friendly solutions and maximize their potential for clean energy generation and sustainable agriculture. As Africans, we need a stronger voice, unity, and wield more international influence to bring around the necessary change on the continent for the betterment of our people if we want to realize, and I quote, the Africa we want, in line with Agenda 2063. By working together, we can build a more resilient Africa, mitigate the impact of climate change, and ensure a sustainable future for the continent and all its people. I'm therefore positive that through the Nairobi Declaration, we send a clear message to the international community, and especially to our partners present here at this conference, that the time to act is now. Merci beaucoup. Obligation. Obrigado. Thank you all. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Now it's my opportunity to request the Vice President of Colombia, my sister, to come and make her remarks. Your Excellency, Madam Vice President. She is the first woman of color to be Vice President of Colombia. Welcome.
Buenas tardes. Un saludo al presidente de la República de Kenia, William Ruto. Saludo al excelente presidente de Comoros, a Salih Assoumani, a su excelencia Moussa Faki, presidente de la Comisión de la Unión Africana, el secretario general de las Naciones Unidas, Antonio Guterres, a todos los presidentes, mandatarios, ministros, medios de comunicación y en general que se encuentran aquí presentes. En primer lugar, quiero agradecer presidente Ruto por haber invitado a Colombia a participar de esta gran cumbre sobre el clima aquí en este continente africano. Vengo en delegación del presidente Gustavo Petro, quien fue invitado de manera personal por el presidente de Kenia, a decirle gracias por colocar la discusión central que hoy nos llama como humanidad a atender los grandes desafíos, sobre todo este desafío planetario que pone en riesgo y está extinguiendo todos los días la vida en el planeta. Como una mujer afrodescendiente estoy orgullosa de estar aquí en el continente madre. De aquí salieron mis ancestros y ancestras en condición de esclavitud y hoy yo regreso en condición de libertad como vicepresidenta Y eso quiere decir que hemos hecho una apuesta por la libertad, por la justicia y por la dignidad como pueblos. Me honra estar aquí entonces haciendo parte de esta discusión tan importante y es el desafío que tenemos y que afrontan nuestras naciones frente al cambio climático. Como ustedes han dicho, África es la voz del planeta, pero también es la cuna de la humanidad. Y me alegra saber que hoy África, siendo la cuna de la humanidad, está dando líneas de cómo salvaguardar la casa grande, de cómo salvaguardar el planeta. Sin embargo, es necesario que esa voz se pueda extender al sur global. Hoy aquí América Latina está presente, el Caribe está presente, porque estamos sufriendo los mismos desafíos. En mi país, este año de gobierno, hemos tenido que afrontar una crisis muy fuerte en términos de los efectos del cambio climático. Hemos tenido inundaciones que han puesto en riesgo la vida de los más vulnerables. Pero ahora tenemos una sequía que está iniciando y que por supuesto va a poner en riesgo la vida humana y por supuesto la vida de ecosistemas frágiles que hacen parte de ese gran pulmón del mundo, como es la Amazonía y la región pacífica, así como sabemos acá hay otra parte de ese pulmón del mundo que es todo el Congo, la región del Congo, estratégico para garantizar el equilibrio. En ese sentido, el presidente Gustavo Petro ha hecho varias propuestas al mundo, las hizo en Naciones Unidas y hoy esas propuestas se colocan sobre la mesa. Todo lo que aquí se ha dicho sobre cómo asumir la policrisis, las distintas crisis que estamos viviendo, crisis del hambre, crisis migratoria, crisis en términos de la salud y la pandemia, es una evidencia de esa crisis planetaria y de las múltiples crisis que para mí derivan del impacto al planeta, derivan del cambio climático. Y en ese sentido, entonces, los países de renta media o los países vulnerables son los que están sufriendo las mayores consecuencias, como aquí ya lo han dicho en reiteradas ocasiones. No somos los mayores responsables de las emisiones, pero sí estamos sufriendo las mayores consecuencias. Y aquí el problema es de financiamiento, de cómo financiamos las acciones que estamos desarrollando en nuestros países y en nuestras regiones. El problema real es financiero, no es falta de voluntad política de hacer. El problema de fondo es que no contamos con los recursos suficientes para atender este desafío planetario. Y acompañamos entonces la propuesta que aquí ha hecho el presidente de una nueva reforma de la estructura del sistema financiero. No podemos atender esta crisis con las mismas reglas y normas del sistema financiero internacional, que por cierto tienen una visión colonial, donde los más ricos se sostienen en su economía a base de la explotación de los más empobrecidos. Esa visión colonial no nos va a permitir hoy hacer frente a la situación que tenemos. Por tanto, nosotros proponemos el canje de deuda para la acción climática. Ese canje de deuda, por supuesto, tampoco puede ser de la manera tradicional en cómo se ha hecho, porque ahí no habría una relación justa, no tendríamos las condiciones para hacer un canje con las situaciones económicas y financieras de nuestros países. Ese canje de deuda, por supuesto, implica una condición especial, y una de esas propuestas es que hagamos un acuerdo multilateral para trabajar en esa transformación de ese sistema financiero, pero además construyamos juntos en el marco de ese acuerdo multilateral un plan de acción urgente. El planeta no da tiempo, ya no tenemos tiempo para seguir hablando, nos toca ir a la acción. Y esto pasa por la voluntad política de los países del norte, del G20, que sigue emitiendo gases de efecto invernadero. No es suficiente con que realicemos acciones en el sur global si el norte global no asume el desafío de frenar las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, como ya lo decía el secretario general de la ONU hace un rato. En tal sentido, entonces, proponemos que se haga lo mismo que se hizo con la pandemia, y es que el Fondo Monetario Internacional emita bonos especiales, ¿sí?, para que ello contribuya a conformar un gran fondo global que nos permita a los países de renta media y vulnerable tener las condiciones económicas, ¿sí?, que afronte este desafío. Sin eso no es posible avanzar, sin ese compromiso de reformar el sistema financiero, nuestros países van a seguir estando ahogados, sobreendeudándose y peor, sin dar respuestas reales a nuestras poblaciones que hoy se mueren. Como mujer celebro que en este espacio, en esta cumbre, se esté colocando el papel tan importante que asumimos las mujeres en la política para la vida, en esa política de usar nuestro amor maternal y nuestro instinto del cuidado para salvaguardar la madre tierra, el útero mayor. Gracias por la invitación y reitero, Colombia expresa su compromiso frente al cambio climático y expresa su compromiso para fortalecer una relación sur-sur con el continente africano, con el Caribe, que nos permita, como ya lo han planteado aquí, dar respuestas concretas, específicas y contundentes a este desafío planetario. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, my sister Francia, for that candid statement. And by the way, Francia has a Kenyan name. She's called Nyawira. And when she came to Kenya, we traced her origin to a place called Meru. So thank you very much, Nyawira. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause for Nyawira, Francia. Thank you very much. Now, let me take this opportunity to request my brother, the Prime Minister from DRC, to make his comments briefly, because we've really overshot the runway. Your Excellency, please.
Excellence William Ruto, président de la République du Kenya et hôte du présent sommet. Leurs Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur Antonio Guterres, secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Madame Ursula von der Leyen, président de la Commission de l'Union européenne, Monsieur Moussa Faki Mahamat, président de la Commission de l'Union africaine, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un grand honneur pour moi de prendre la parole ce jour au nom de son Excellence Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, président de la République démocratique du Congo, et chef de l'État, à l'occasion du sommet africain sur le climat qui se tient dans ce magnifique cadre du Centre international des conférences Kenyatta, ici à Nairobi. Avant toute chose, comme mes prédécesseurs, je tiens à remercier la République du Kenya, République sœur, pour l'accueil qui a été réservé à ma délégation, et ces remerciements, je les donne au nom de son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République, Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo. Organisé sous le thème développer des solutions positives pour le climat en faveur de l'Afrique et du monde, ce sommet offre à mon pays l'opportunité de répondre aux attentes que le monde se fait sur la problématique du climat et dont les préceptes se fondent essentiellement sur 3 piliers fondamentaux, à savoir l'économie verte, la biodiversité et les énergies renouvelables. Comme on ne cessera jamais de le dire, la République démocratique du Congo se présente dans ce contexte comme un pays solution. Solution aux défis qui se posent à notre monde, de par son potentiel et de ses atouts innombrables, qui constituent un apport indéniable à la préservation et à la conservation de la nature. Disposant des écosystèmes favorables, mon pays regorge d'un massif forestier important, protecteur de la couche d'ozone, d'environ 155,5 millions d'hectares, soit 10% des forêts tropicales de la planète et plus de 60% des forêts du bassin du Congo, en plus d'importantes réserves et tourbières, puis de plus de 30 gigatonnes de dioxyde de carbone, sans compter son potentiel photovoltaïque de plus de 70 000 mégawatts, qui représente environ 37% du potentiel africain et 6% du potentiel mondial. La République démocratique du Congo est à mesure de produire, à travers son système hydrologique, plus de 100 000 mégawatts pouvant alimenter l'Afrique et une partie de l'Europe, sans compter sur sa jeunesse, sa main-d'œuvre, qui est aussi un grand potentiel. Mais comme le président RUTO l'a dit ici tout à l'heure, le potentiel africain, il est connu. Ici, il est question de transformer ce potentiel en opportunité et en répondant sur les questions du climat. Nous avons eu ici l'année passée une crise du fait des dérèglements des pluies et des saisons sèches qui ont amené une récolte maigre en maïs. Nous avons connu, tant en Afrique de l'Est qu'en Afrique centrale et même en Afrique australe, des hausses de prix de maïs. Et cela a déstabilisé nos économies. Cela nous rend plus conscients de la réponse que nous devons donner à cette réponse du climat. Pour moi, et en réponse de la République démocratique du Congo, 3 ingrédients indispensables sont importants. La volonté, la solidarité et la détermination. La volonté, à travers le respect des engagements que nous prenons, particulièrement les pays pollueurs, en ce qui concerne la taxe carbone, comme convenu lors de la COP 15. La volonté sur les financements innovants, des économies vertes, telles qu'échangées lors du sommet de Paris dernier. La volonté sur les investissements sur l'énergie, le développement des chaînes de valeur ici en Afrique, et cela avec une réponse à l'emploi, à nos jeunes, et la volonté de nous permettre, et ça a été dit aussi ici, d'accès à des financements à des conditions équitables et justes, mais permettre également la réduction des dettes des économies vulnérables post-Covid-19. Réduction de ces dettes par compensation, parce que ça avait déjà été aussi proposé et je pense que ça mérite d'être rappelé. Il faut, deuxième ingrédient, de la solidarité. Solidarité sur les projets d'intérêt commun. Je pense ici à des projets énergétiques, énergie verte, qui peuvent répondre à ce besoin en énergie pour ces populations qui vivent de nos forêts. Je pense ici au barrage de Inga, qui est un projet intégrateur et pour lequel nous sommes ouverts à ce que nous puissions avoir l'effort de tous sur ce type de projet. Je peux donner un autre exemple d'accord entre la République démocratique du Congo et la Zambie sur le développement des chaînes de valeur des batteries. La solidarité sur les questions d'intérêt commun, comme c'est le cas de celle du bassin du Congo, du bassin de l'Amazonie et celle du Mekong, tel que cela a été rappelé ici par le président Denis Sassou Nguesso. La solidarité sur les questions de paix et de sécurité pour garantir la protection des forêts et la biodiversité détruites par les guerres et le braconnage. La solidarité face aux pays les plus impactés par le dérèglement climatique.
Thank you.
La détermination, troisième ingrédient, dans la recherche continue des solutions innovantes aux questions du climat, comme c'est ici le cas au Kenya. Également la détermination à laisser un monde meilleur à nos enfants. La République démocratique du Congo s'inscrit également dans une nouvelle économie du climat, ainsi axée sur la conservation et la restauration de nos forêts et tourbières, pour plus de production de crédit carbone, mais aussi l'agriculture régénérative, pour répondre à la fois à la garantie de la survie de nos puits de carbone, mais aussi à la sécurité alimentaire. Et c'est pour cela que nous nous inscrivons dans la création d'un fonds d'investissement pour la nouvelle économie du climat. Mais aussi, nous faisons un plaidoyer, et cela, nous comptons le faire en marge de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies, qui sera organisée le 19 septembre prochain, sur un marché de carbone équitable pour l'Afrique. Nous le ferons bien sûr en marge de ce sommet. Et donc, toutes ces questions sur lesquelles nous sommes solidaires, avec toutes les déclarations africaines qui ont été faites ici et même au-delà de l'Afrique. Et c'est pour ça que je remercie sincèrement le président RUTO et tous les participants pour cette opportunité qui a été donnée à travers ce sommet et son plein succès, qui contribuera sans nul doute aux prochaines assises sur le climat. Je vous remercie tous. Aksanti sana.
Thank you very much, my brother Sama, for your comments. And another round of applause for my brother Sama. Let me ask that we now prepare the clip from my sister Motley. Just hold it as I give the floor very briefly, maybe 2-3 minutes, to the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Salah Jama from Somalia, if he is there. Okay, if he's not there, can we take the clip from my sister, Mia Motley?
Your Excellency President Ruto of Kenya, Your Excellency Azal Assoumani, President of Comoros and Chairperson of the African Union, I'd like to thank you for co-hosting such an important summit. Thank you also to Your Excellency UN Secretary General, my dear friend and brother, Antonio Guterres, and to presidents, honorable ministers, and everyone present for contributing to this remarkable occasion. We are gathered here today for what is truly an important summit, not just for Africa, but for the entire world. And while I do wish I could join you in person today, please accept my participation by way of this message as I bring this from you from my own shores here in Barbados. President Ruto, you know that Kenya is one of my favorite places, and if I could be there, I would be there. My friends, so many people across the globe are now imperiled and impacted by the climate crisis and the interconnected impacts that take place, such as pollution and deforestation. The world has discussed and debated all of this. But the fact is that for too long, we have done far too little. And as I said in Paris, we're not moving at the pace or with the scope that is necessary to tackle the environmental decline if we are to safeguard our people and our planet. The climate crisis affects everybody, but particularly it has devastating consequences, life and death consequences, for the very poorest and most vulnerable. And they come from countries who didn't help cause it. But my friends, we still have a choice. We can continue to talk amongst each other, seeking perfection or even casting blame, while the world literally burns. Or we can choose to transform our future. We can choose to shape it. To do so, we've said all along, we need to take action now, and at the pace and the scope that matters. And why with such urgency? We now live in a world of superlatives. I call it the season of superlatives, the hottest, the rainiest, the warmest. Everything is breaking new barriers and new records for the Guinness Book of World Records. And yet every day we continue to do nothing or enough as we see the impacts of the climate crisis. We need to stop talking and we need to do. The Bridgetown Initiative is an action plan that we've identified to make the world a better place only because we live in a world where capitalism and money dominate so much that unless we unlock the financing mechanisms, we're not going to be able to take the necessary action at scale and with speed. At its core, the Bridgetown Initiative sets out how we can rebuild the international financial architecture to be fit for purpose, so that countries like ours and yours are no longer disadvantaged by systems that were not built with us in mind when they were established. Now is the time to do what needs to be done. There's no other word. N-O-W, a simple three-letter word, now. We are at the crossroads for humanity. And this, my friends, is a time when political will, matched by the recognition of our reality, will make all the difference in the world. I know that many of us recognize this who are there today at this Africa Summit. Your countries and your people continue, like mine and ours in the Caribbean and across SIDS, to face the brutal effects of this climate crisis. And we also face, of course, that climate financing gap that is limiting your ability to respond effectively. This cannot and this should not be. Brothers and sisters, I say to you today that it is up to everyone to do all they can to ensure the continued health of our nations. We must work together from the African continent to the Caribbean. Understanding nature and the climate crisis does not respect the boundaries which man holds fast to as borders. Indeed, I say now it doesn't matter because we're seeing it in the north, in the east, the west, and the south. We must stand up for what is right. We must share a sense of responsibility to our environment and indeed to the loss of biodiversity on land and in our oceans. We must share a sense of responsibility to each and every generation. We, my friends, are capable of achieving common goals, but we can only do so when we share that sense of responsibility to one another. We must be our brothers and sisters' keepers, and we must look to treat others as we would wish to be treated. If we apply these simple precepts that our children live by daily, then I believe that we can begin to see success. I trust that the science will continue to be all at the center of all that we do, and I trust, therefore, that that ability to link science with finance, with public policy action, can make the difference to ordinary people in Nairobi, ordinary people in Bridgetown, ordinary people wherever they are found on this planet. Thank you, and I wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much, my sister Motley, wherever you are, and for your very kind comments. Let me now take this opportunity to ask the Deputy Prime Minister from Somalia, Mr. Jama, to make your statement, and I request my brother to make it brief. Thank you. Thank you for understanding.
President. Your Excellency, President William Ruto, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow leaders from Africa and around the world. On behalf of the President of Somalia, Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, and the people of Somalia, I would like to express our heartfelt thanks to the President of Kenya for convening this very timely inaugural African Climate Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, across the African continent, from the southern tip to the northern edge of the Sahara, from the Sahel to the Horn, the impact of climate change manifests itself in some very similar, cyclical, and destructive patterns. And it's this common thread that brings us all together to form a unified voice championed by President Ruto. Ladies and gentlemen, Somalia, located in the Horn of Africa, is acutely aware of the profound weight of climate change vulnerabilities. Rising temperatures are very common in Somalia, and the predictions state that by 2040, 2060, the temperature will increase by 1 to 1.7 degrees Celsius. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to highlight a set of variables that interact together and render the African states extremely vulnerable and their communities. The era of climate change has become synonymous with the nexus of food insecurity, forced migration, and displacement, coupled with conflict. It has been widely stated here today that over 150 million Africans are subject to food insecurity and hunger. Around 60 million of those are in the Eastern Africa and the Horn region, and 5 million in Somalia. Since much of the African countries are not industrial states, climate change impact affects us at our most vulnerable places. In places like Somalia, pastoral communities and agrarian communities are the most hard hit. So today's very proud livestock herder or a farmer could overnight find themselves in an IDP camp outside the big cities, becoming another added number to climate change vulnerabilities. I would like to allude to an element of combating climate change that has not been widely discussed in this plenary today, and that is our coastlines and the blue economy that President Gailey spoke about. Somalia has the longest coastline in the mainland continent, but overall in Africa, our blue economy is underperforming, and rising water levels, extinction of coral reefs and mangroves, and biodiversity is an imminent threat. For the ocean gives us more than 50% of the oxygen that we consume. Ladies and gentlemen, Somalia annually loses a revenue worth of 300 million to illegal fishing. And I think investment in the sector will allow us to enhance our potential to cope with climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, the final question I would like to raise is how well are the African states and societies situated to combat climate change? I think that point has been very well articulated by the previous speakers. The African states have a unique set of challenges that puts them in a precarious situation. Limited fiscal space, changing global markets and volatility, lack of access to finance at a reasonable rate, all these elements compounded, and the climate change divert the African states from investing in development and sustainable development goals, and on a regular basis focus on humanitarian interventions. Such an approach should be abandoned, and we must look for more meaningful engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, when droughts hit California, you do not see the death of people. But when droughts hit the Horn of Africa, you see both the death of people and the loss of livestock. So climate change affects Africa in some very profound and immediate ways. Finally, I fundamentally want to agree with the argument put forth by President RUTO that Africa should be and ought to be part of the solution to combat climate change. We have a very young, vibrant population. More than 70% of our population is young. We have 60% of the world's potential in terms of renewable energy. We have the greatest potential for agriculture and livestock. And instead of the world feeding us, Africa has the potential to feed the world. But for that to happen, there needs to be justice and reform in the global financial institution. If we cannot access finances at a reasonable rate, a rate equal to others, then for us bringing about a transformation would be an elusive goal. I'll give you the final example of where Somalia stands today. We are fighting a war against Al-Shabaab, Mr. President. That's why our president could not be here. He is in the front lines. We are finalizing a debt relief HIPC initiative that took us almost a decade, serious fiscal limitations. After we complete the fight against Al-Shabaab and we finish our debt relief program, we will find ourselves in a very interesting situation. Do we go for concessional loans to invest in infrastructure, in human capital, in sustainable development goals, or do we deal with the droughts? We almost averted a famine a year ago. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, in the last 30 years, Somalia has experienced 18 droughts, 2 famines, an equal number of floods. In order for us to develop the resilience and the mechanisms to cope with those things and empower our resilient citizens, we ask for international financial institutions to be reformed, adaptation programs to be increased, and Africans should have a common voice so that we can take it to the next scope. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister. And I want to confirm as a neighbor the whereabouts of the President of Somalia and give him our regards. Let me take this opportunity. The President of Nigeria passed by and did request me to give a chance, a very brief moment, Minister, 2 minutes. Isaac Adenkule, the Minister of State for Environment from Nigeria. If he is in the house, you have the floor. And, oh yeah, thank you. Minister, please make it brief.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I am here to deliver the Nigerian statement on behalf of my President, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is unable to be here because he has to be in New Delhi, India, to be part of the summit of G20 leaders. Your Excellencies, President of the African Union, my brother, the President of Kenya,
fellow African presidents, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Excellencies, speaking on behalf of Nigeria, I extend my heartfelt congratulations for the landmark occasion that marks the inaugural AU African Summit. This event, as well as our recent efforts and advocacy on the topic of climate change, boldly demonstrates to the global community that Africa is rising to the challenge and taking decisive steps to deliver a sustainable economic future for our people. The African Climate Summit occurs at a pivotal juncture, offering us an exclusive stage to spotlight our priorities, solutions, and needs regarding climate action to the global community. As a continent, it is critical that climate action spurs socio-economic development for us. We know that with robust planning and increased investment in the region, this is achievable. Africa is already bearing the brunt of a climate crisis that it did not cause. But our continent, with our significant renewable energy resources, critical minerals, vast carbon sink, and growing population, can be a strong solution center. Distinguished participants, in Nigeria, we have articulated our unchanging position to advance climate action without jeopardizing economic development. We designed an ambitious energy transition plan to achieve universal access to energy by 2030 and net zero emission by 2060, while prioritizing industrialization, job creation, and economic growth. Significantly, our plan helps to crystallize the scale of resources needed to deliver climate targets, so that by the current financial flows will not suffice. Nigeria's energy transition plan requires 1.9 trillion in spending up to 2060, including 410 billion above business as usual spending. This is additional financing requirement translates to about 10 billion per annum, but average international financing flows to Nigeria for clean energy have been about 655 million per year over the last decades. Similarly, the unconditional target in our nationally determined contributions requires $7.7 billion in investment annually. In 2019-2020, all sub-Saharan Africa received barely approximately $20 billion USD in climate finance. Annual climate finance flows to Africa are currently just 11% of what we require, so more investment have to come to the continent. For us in Nigeria, we are presently establishing partnership with both public and private sector players, driving innovative policy changes, advancing renewable energy projects, including on-grid solar and electric vehicle development, and exploring innovative financing mechanisms like carbon trading to lay the foundation for an all-encompassing transition. I recently made public the key focus of my government, captured as an 8-point agenda. Climate action and environmental sustainability is central to achieving 4 of those agendas, which are food security, poverty eradication, sustainable job creation, and security. We recognize that just energy transition partnerships are emerging as an important source of capital for climate-sensitive energy efforts in developing regions, and Nigeria wants to be considered for one. My team is currently working on a proposal to the G7 for the JET-P for Nigeria. It is encouraging that South Africa and Senegal have secured jet peace, but they must be scaled up across Africa in addition to other strategic financing opportunities. This summit is essential for highlighting such requests, sharing ongoing efforts, and establishing inter-country collaboration. Mr. President, I assure you and fellow leaders of Nigerian unwavering support as we embark on this journey to clearly communicate Africa's position on climate action and expedite an equitable, sustainable future for all of us. God bless Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. I will extend another 2 minutes to my brother Ban Ki-moon, if he is still in the house. If he is not, then I will request the Honorable Huang Rungui from China, the Minister for Ecology. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
OK， 尊敬的鲁托总统，尊敬的阿苏马尼总统，尊敬的各位元首、各位部长、各位同事、女士们、先生们，大家下午好。今天啊，我很荣幸代表中国政府受邀请参加非洲气候峰会，与非洲国家的领导人、各位朋友、各位同事，我们一起共同讨论，积极应对气候变化，实现可持续发展。这里啊，我首先要感谢肯尼亚政府和鲁托总统成功举办了这一次盛会，也非常感谢鲁托总统邀请中国政府出席这次会议。今年以来，全球极端天气事件频发，加拿大的森林野火肆虐，中国的多地高温和洪水事件频发，马拉维等非洲国家的洪水、泥石流和滑坡灾害，以及高温热浪，这些都已经造成了严重的生命财产损失和生态的危机。气候变化是全球性的挑战，我们唯有团结合作，才能有效应对。联合国气候变化框架公约及其巴黎协定的达成来之不易，体现了全球最大的共识。我们应始终坚持共同带有区别的责任原则、公平的原则和各自能力的原则，筑牢全球气候合作的政治基础。非洲大陆是一片特别脆弱的土地，也是全球最易受气候变化影响的地区之一。在全球气候治理的行动中，也是一支不可缺少的重要力量。面临发展、减贫、应对气候变化多重的挑战，非洲国家应采取有力的行动，适应气候变化，减缓适应气候变化，为全球实现巴黎协定目标做出我们的努力。中国是拥有14亿多人口的最大的发展中国家，对非洲面临的困难和挑战，我们感同身受。中国国家主席习近平指出，应对气候变化不是别人叫我们做，而是我们自己必须要做的。中国提出了2030年前碳达峰、2060年前碳中和的 NDC 目标，我们采取有力的行动，已取得了积极进展。可以说，这方面中国是应对气候变化的积极行动派。过去10年，中国以年均3%的能源消费，支撑了年均超过6%的经济增长。可再生能源的装机，到去年年底已经超过了13亿千瓦， 并且极大地降低了全球可再生能源的成本，为全球应对气候变化和减排做出了巨大的贡献。我们建成了覆盖45亿吨二氧化碳排放的全国的碳市场，生产了全球1半以上的新能源汽车，累计造林10.2亿亩，为全球贡献了1/4的新增的绿化面积。过去10年，中国与非洲国家的气候合作取得了巨大的实效。我们积极推动非洲国家建设低碳和适应气候变化的示范区，加强清洁能源领域的基础设施建设合作，支持智慧农业设施，援助增强防灾减灾能力，支持实施绿色长城计划。2021年，中非共同发布了应对气候变化合作宣言。截至2023年8月，中国已与15个非洲国家签署了合作应对气候变化的谅解备忘录。借此机会我也非常荣幸地宣布，为落实宣言，中国计划开发实施应对气候变化南南合作的非洲光带项目，援助非洲相关国家开发利用太阳能资源，帮助解决用电困难，助力实现全社会的绿色低碳发展。发展承载着人民对美好生活的向往。发展中国家的第一要务就是发展是发展中国家的第一要务。近期习近平主席发起了支持非洲工业化倡议、中国助力非洲农业现代化计划等新举措、新倡议。我们愿与非洲国家一起，共同探讨深化中非合作应对气候变化与可持续发展，携手推进绿色低碳的现代化进程。同时，我们也呼吁发达国家主动承担历史责任，尽快兑现每年为发展中国家提供至少1000亿美元气候资金的承诺，并使适应资金翻番。作为生物多样性公约第15次缔约大会 COP15 的主席，我还想呼吁各位要重视生物多样性保护与应对气候变化的内在联系。我刚才听了不少国家领导人的发言，都谈到非洲大陆有非常丰富的森林资源，也蕴含着极大的碳汇资源。中国愿与国际社会一道，推动全面落实昆明、蒙特利尔全球生物多样性框架，共建人与自然和谐共生的地球家园。最后，我预祝本次会议取得圆满成功，谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Minister. Let me now take this opportunity for another 2 minutes to ask my brother Achim Steiner, the UN Undersecretary responsible for UNDP, to make some brief remarks. That is another Kenyan from a place called Nakuru.
Asante sana, Mr. President, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. A great deal has been said this morning, but I'm still inspired, if I may say so, by your speech this morning, Mr. President. And with that, I take a license for a moment to take you back to a year in Kenya's history when you were 15 and I just a little bit older. It was the year that in Olkaria in Hell's Gate National Park, the first geothermal unit was installed. I mention this because the journey of Kenya in so many ways represents, when it comes to the energy sector, to leadership, to transition, to many of the things that you spoke about this morning, reflects what happens when people do not take the answer, it's not possible, it's not doable, it's too expensive, too seriously. Hell's Gate National Park is only about an hour outside Nairobi. Kenyans know it well. Visitors, please visit it, because it is today one of the most remarkable places, the backbone of Kenya's electricity generating economy. That first Mitsubishi turbine installed in 1981 was installed against a great deal of skepticism. I learned about this history during the years that I spent here. It took many pioneers to envisage it. Today, Mr. President, I believe that Olkaria, with its various generating turbines, generates almost 1,000 megawatts of electricity. And ladies and gentlemen, you are in a country that may very well become the first country in modern history to actually generate its entire electricity supply with clean energy sources. Kenya today is a country that has passed the 92% mark, and it is no longer alone. In fact, Mr. President, there is another country in South America I visited, and I did not know. Uruguay, today, well over 90% of its electricity supply with renewables. This is not to say that every country can follow the same path, but what we do in UNDP, and why I'm so proud to be here together with my Secretary General and so many of the partners that are today invested in precisely the kind of vision that you have laid out for Africa, is that we can be partners. We have listened, we have learned together, and today, as UNDP, 36 countries on the African continent have invited UNDP to help them undertake integrated national financing frameworks to address this continuously frustrating reality that this continent is asked to borrow for things that it was neither responsible for nor it can afford to borrow in this world of today. That is why looking at finance with the kind of lens that you have both spoken to this morning is so important. Secondly, also pioneering projects such as solar mini-grids, another major enterprise of UNDP. For the first time in history, we are supporting 21 African countries to try and connect over the next few years 260 million people to electricity supplies. A $65 billion investment opportunity, but it needs hard work, both to prepare the ground, to find the investors, and to then roll it out. And finally, Mr. President, let me just commit to you, in the presence of so many leaders from across the continent, the United Nations Development Programme, as part of the United Nations family, as you heard from the Secretary General this morning, is deeply committed to Africa's future transitions, coming out of the reality of today, but investing every day across the continent. I'm proud to today lead an organization within our UN development system that is literally present in every African country on this continent. We are invested in terms of your nationally determined contributions. We are invested in your energy transition just as deeply as we're invested in poverty eradication and ultimately a future for Africa that you spoke so eloquently this morning. Thank you so much for the privilege of addressing you today, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Steiner. I guess everybody, when they get a chance, they speak about their village. The Olkaria, where Steiner has very passionately talked about, is in his county of Nakuru. Thank you very much. Now, let me give another 2 minutes. Finally, this is the final one, to Bill Gates on video for 2 minutes, and then we will move the program to the next stage.
Hello. I want to thank President Ruto for convening this event and prioritizing this important work. I started work on climate change over 2 decades ago after I left my full-time work at Microsoft, and I was focusing on fighting poverty and fighting diseases. When I visited Africa, I saw 2 things. First was how climate is already affecting agricultural output, although they've contributed almost nothing to these greenhouse gas emissions because they're dependent on farming, they're near the equator, they're already experiencing more damages than other countries. But I also saw the energy shortage, and we need Africa to have lots and lots of energy to develop their economies. It's fantastic that the African researchers and companies are now thinking about how they can reduce their emissions and continue to grow their economies. Breakthrough Energy is the organization I created to help with climate mitigation. The goal is to innovate, to make the cost of being clean far, far less. And that means we can reduce the emissions and avoid this temperature increase that has such a negative impact. Late last year, I was in a farm in eastern Kenya, and they were experiencing drought. And so I talked through with Mary, who was the farmer, how the new seeds and new approaches were helping her. She had drought-tolerant seeds that made a very big difference. She also had chickens that were bred so they could be more heat tolerant. And because of those new tools that were empowering her, she was expecting to do well despite the tough climate challenge that she faces. And so this is just one example, but by helping with better tools, allowing farmers like her, who are very innovative, to do new things, we can minimize these damages. I've seen there's African researchers work on innovations in fertilizer, making sure these new crops fit their ecosystems and getting those seeds out, getting them approved, and making sure they're low cost. So we do need to invest, whether it's in the innovation or the deployment, getting resources against those, including the promised support from rich countries, will be very, very important. The global goal on adaptation, which will be finalized at COP, should lead to more investment to help Africa deal with these challenges. And so we need partnerships. We need government, philanthropists, businesses to come together to focus on climate adaptation. Yes, we need mitigation, but adaptation doesn't get the energy it deserves. And so I'm excited that you've come together. I'm excited to work with all of you to solve this problem. So thank you for your efforts.
So ladies and gentlemen, as we now wait, we're going to take a very short interlude of music. And at this point, can we all just stand up and stretch a little bit? Just stand up wherever you are and see whether we can stretch. I'm sure some of us have been sitting for long, long periods of time. So the next part we're coming to is the new global climate finance architecture. This is the centerpiece and a part that we've been waiting for all this time. And therefore, thank you so much for your patience. You can sit down now. You can take your seats. I just wanted you to stand up and stretch for a little bit. And this is definitely going to be one of the highlights of this whole conference. So we request that we just remain patient, and this is where we are heading from here. So I request that we have a short interlude of music just to get us ready for the next session. As mentioned, it's a new global climate finance architecture that is coming up right here. So for now, let's have the interlude of music as we get ourselves ready.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, Madam Commissioner. How are you?
Good, Minister.
Thank you very much, colleagues and our guests. Thank you very much for your patience. Our briefing is about to start. I will introduce myself. My name is Wayne Musabayana. I'm Head of Communication at the African Union Commission. And at this point, I'm just going to ask all of us to settle down so that we can begin our briefing. Okay, so this is the briefing, a very important briefing, because it precedes an equally important summit. And that summit is the Africa Climate Summit. It will be held in Nairobi, in Kenya, from the 4th to the 6th of September. And the theme for that summit will be driving green growth and climate finance solutions for Africa and the world, Africa in solidarity for global climate action. And to give us our kickoff with a very brief remarks, we are joined from my extreme right by Honorable Soipan Tuya, who is the Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry of the Republic of Kenya. Then in the center, we have Her Excellency Ambassador Josefa Sako, and she is the Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment here at the African Union Commission. We then also are joined to my immediate right by His Excellency Ambassador Adekule J.M. King, and he is the Ambassador of Sierra Leone and Chairperson of the Permanent Representative Committee, not of the Permanent Representative Committee itself, but of the Subcommittee on Environmental Issues. So these are our panelists today. They will kick us off with brief remarks, starting with the Ambassador. I beg your pardon, starting with Her Excellency the Commissioner, who is the host, and then coming to the Ambassador, and then finally from the Honorable Minister. So without much further ado, let me introduce Her Excellency Ambassador Josefa Sako, the Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment at the African Union Commission. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, my dear sister. Good afternoon, good evening, every one of you, ambassadors, partners. Let me acknowledge the presence of Her Excellency Honorable Soipan Tuya, the Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry of the Republic of Kenya. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Honorable Minister. He's been made minister now. So he's a minister, but he's a current ambassador, but he's going to leave us to be Minister of Southern Integration, Western Region Integration in Sierra Leone. So His Excellency Ambassador Adekule King, which is Ambassador of Sierra Leone and the Chairperson of the PRC Subcommittee on Environmental Issues. Excellencies, Ambassador present here, partners, colleagues, it's really a pleasure for us to receive you here to give you a brief about this important event that is taking place in Kenya from the 4th to the 6th of September. This is the inaugural African Climate Summit. It's very important for us. So let me just go to why are we trying to organize this thing, why we think that it is important for Africa to speak in one voice, for Africa to organize itself and be a partner, a global partner in this conversation of the challenges that we are going through globally. All of us, we are having issues of the climate change, so it's time for us to act now and to save this planet. So Africa is determined to bring about transformative development in order to achieve the aspiration of our blueprint, which is the Agenda 2063, the Africa we all want. Linked to these lofty goals had the various flagship programs such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, the Industrialization Agenda, the Integrated High-Speed Train Network, the Grand Inga Dam Project, and the CADEP project for the transformation of agriculture on the continent. Those are the real flagship programs that we have. So, but these flagship programs, we are not seeing much progress because of this issue of the climate change. We know that the environment is life, and where we live, we need to really take care of it. Once it is sick, it is disturbed, we cannot achieve all the goals that we are setting to ourselves in our blueprint agenda, like the Agenda 2063. Africa has the right human and natural resources to achieve our development goal and to contribute to the development of other continents as well as to addressing global challenges. Let me give you share with you some statistics about the impact of this climate change. Yet on the continent, we have 400 million of our people in Africa have no access to clean drinking water because we don't manage our water perfectly good. And then we have 700 million have no access to good sanitation on the continent. As if that is not enough, because when we don't have water and sanitation, we have other issues. About 44% of the population is currently in darkness due to lack of electricity, whereas we have all the potential to really have this, mostly the rural electrification, because we cannot talk about digitalization when we don't have light, so it doesn't happen. We have to look at it very seriously because we need electrification. So with this, while we have also 800 million people in Africa have no access to clean cooking means. That is why deforestation is there. And our women, mostly in the rural settling, they are suffering because they don't have a very, mechanical tools for them to remove all this dodgery that they used to use in their own settlements, which implies that they are exposed to black carbon, which is risky for their own life, even in terms of public health. It's an issue. So I think those are the areas that we are going to debate and we are going to correct. Climate change has had a knockout effect on Africa's development and continue to subject more and more Africans into hunger and malnutrition. If you read the latest report from FAO, you can see that this region is the region where we have more hunger and malnutrition when we have all the ecosystem, favorable, conducive environment to feed our own people and feed the world. So we have the issue of stuntedness and poverty that is also accountable due to these issues. Our economy are also shrinking due to the effect of climate change and the recovery from the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, which has been very, very slow for us to recover. Debt stress has been compounded by the impact of COVID-19, climate change, and the unfair international monetary system, which tend to be biased against Africa. Our access to those funds, even the climate fund, is really an issue. That is why the theme of this edition, the first edition, is really rightly said. We want to drive a green growth and a climate finance solution for Africa and the world. So I think that's an area that we really need to focus very strongly. Therefore, with the wisdom of our head of state and government, they decided for the African Union to convene an African Climate Summit, and we are gratefully to the government of the Republic of Kenya through His Excellency President Williams Ruto for graciously offering to host it in Nairobi from 4th to 6th September 2024. And we will also like to welcome Minister here to come and brief us with our partners, the ambassadors accredited here, so that you know that you can come and join us, because this is our conversation, but we want you people to come and support us where you have change experience, knowledge changing. The summit will be attended by African leaders alongside all the global leaders. We invited also all the global leaders and other relevant stakeholders to address climate change challenges and advance sustainable solutions in Africa. The summit will provide a platform to address the intersection of climate change, Africa's development, and the need for increased global investment in climate action, particularly in Africa. We are not polluters, but we are the most vulnerable on that. Our emissions responsibility is less than 4%. So that is why we are saying that this continent should be really assisted on those impacts of climate change. To seek the launch of a renewed African ambition for green growth and promote climate finance solution, the expected outputs includes the African leaders' Nairobi Declaration on green growth and climate finance solution, a pathway to a new global financial deal, investment commitment, and announcement of measure initiative. African Union member states and partners are invited to champion the green growth agenda and the green growth agenda and the climate finance plan. Presents these two areas, they present, or tools, they present a transformative partnership opportunity and track new finance and investment. The summit's output will serve both Africa and the world's ambition for climate action, focusing on 5 core growth drivers, including, I will just go through because of the interest of time. So we are going to look at the just energy transition, renewable energy. This is key encompass expanding electricity access, ensuring clean cooking availability, enhancing energy efficiency, and exploring renewable energy possibility. The second one is green mineral and manufacture. The third one is sustainable agriculture, land and water, ocean uses. The fourth one is sustainable infrastructure and urbanization. And the fifth one is the natural capital. Also, we'll be discussing other issues of adaptation, resilience to climate risk, and carbon finance. Therefore, this inaugural Africa Climate Summit provides an opportunity for Africa to consolidate its united voice on matter of climate change, sustainable development, and to mobilize support for the implementation of the continental programs and policies such as the African Union Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy and the Action Plan, which covers almost all these thematics that we are doing. So we really need to implement this, our own African Union climate change. This is our common position. All these issues that we are talking is already embedded in this strategy. It will also have pre-events such as the Climate Change and Development for Africa Conference and the Youth Conference, which will also feed into the summit. On behalf of the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Moussa Faki Mahamat, I would like to appeal to all heads of state and government, ministers of foreign affairs, finance, environment, and agriculture to attend this very important summit in order to unlock Africa's development potential. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Commissioner, Her Excellency Ambassador Josepha Sako, for that introduction. And now we move on to bring in Ambassador, Minister. Congratulations, Minister. But he's here today still in his capacity as the Ambassador of the Republic of Sierra Leone. and also as chairperson of the Subcommittee on Environmental Issues of the Permanent Representatives Committee of the African Union. Excellency, it's over to you.
Thank you. Greetings, honorable ministers, excellencies, development partners, fellow Africans. I am honored to address you today as the chair of the Permanent Representatives Committee, Subcommittee on Environmental Issues of the African Union. Africa stands at a critical juncture in history. The challenges posed by climate change require our united action and unwavering commitment. As representatives of our great nations, we hold a collective responsibility to safeguard the future of our people and our planet. The PRC Subcommittee on Environmental Issues is dedicated to ensuring that the aspirations of our member states are translated into impactful actions. We, the representatives of our beloved continent, gather to deliberate, strategize, and chart a sustainable course forward. It is heartening to witness the rising tide of youth-led climate initiatives across our diverse landscapes. Our young leaders are pioneering renewable energy projects, advocating for climate policies, and nurturing sustainable practices. Their passion and commitment inspire us all. As the convener of the Africa Climate Summit, the African Union provides a platform for dialogue, collaboration, and transformative action. This summit is a testament to our continent's resolve to take charge of our destiny and drive a climate-resilient development that resonates globally. We stand committed to amplifying your voices, your concerns, and your solutions. Through constructive dialogue and strategic partnerships, we are advancing policies that promote climate resilience, sustainable development, and environmental justice. Our shared vision is one of climate-resilient communities, thriving ecosystems, and a future where every African can pursue their dreams without the shadow of climate uncertainty. In the spirit of unity and collaboration, let us seize the historic moments, this Africa Climate Summit, to redefine the narrative of our continent. Let us empower our youth and women, honor our traditions, and shape a future where Africa's interests are not only protected, but also serve as a beacon of inspiration for the world. I invite you all to engage, to contribute, and to drive change. Together, as proud representatives of Africa, let us leave a legacy of hope, resilience, and transformation through the upcoming Africa Climate Summit. Thank you. Asante, merci, sukra, muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We now move on to Honorable Minister Soipan Tuya, who is the Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry in the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Minister, it's over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Am I audible enough? Excellency Ambassador Joseph Asako, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development and Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, Excellency Ambassador King, Ambassador of Sierra Leone, and Chairperson of the PRC Subcommittee on Environmental Issues of the African Union, Excellency Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Is it good afternoon? I want to say that we have come full circle. It was right here in the precincts of the African Union headquarters in February this year that Her Excellency Commissioner Josepha Sako and I initiated the process through sittings of putting together the Africa Climate Summit. Following the offer by His Excellency, the President of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, of Kenya's readiness to host such a summit as the current coordinator of the African Union's Committee of Heads of State and Government on Climate Change. The 36th Ordinary Session of the African Union Assembly granted Kenya's request and approved that Kenya and the African Union Commission do co-host the Africa Climate Summit from the 4th to 6th of September 2023. We are back here, and gladly so, to announce that the plans for the summit have been finalized and that Kenya and the African Union Commission are waiting for the world in Nairobi in under 3 weeks from now. We have recorded overwhelming interest in the summit and have so far registered and accredited over 13,000 delegates from 136 countries. We have the confirmations of 15 heads of state and government from Africa, and the confirmations are still streaming in, as well as quite a number from global leaders and partners across the world. And this includes high-level representatives from the international organizations, civil society, business and private sector, and the youth. We are here in Addis to meet with the Permanent Representatives Committee of the African Union, as well as the Ministers of Environment under the umbrella of AMSEN from across Africa, to push this agenda and request them to interest their presidents, heads of government, and their senior government officials to attend and participate in the Africa Climate Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, in the past few months, we have been engaging intensely with African leaders and different groups on what the summit should achieve. We therefore look forward to having as a key outcome of the summit the Nairobi African Leaders Declaration on Climate Change and a solid call to action, which will, among others, include the call for a new climate change financial architecture, as well as a process of recasting Africa's debt situation, given the climate change and debt nexus, and the fact that for most African countries, they are not able to engage in proper adaptation and mitigation activities due to debt distress that leaves very little or no capital to engage in climate change-related action. The inaugural Africa Climate Summit is unique in many respects. It is, as has been said, the first of a kind. It is the first time that the African Union has called all African leaders for a conversation fully dedicated to the topic of climate change. The summit has been long in the making. Some of you may recall that in 2019, the African Union Assembly passed a resolution that called for this summit. The African leaders were prompted by the fact that the African continent and Africans themselves bear the greatest burden of climate change, despite the fact that Africa's historical and current emission levels of greenhouse gases is very low. The African leaders were also concerned by the fact that at other international fora on climate change, the developed countries make promises year in, year out, but the promises and pledges are not met with any solid commitments or actions to see through the globally agreed measures that would help climate change adaptation and mitigation. The summit is therefore one that is proposing a very bold and new narrative so that we don't continue doing things the same way and expecting different results. The international meetings on climate change have done very little to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases, which are rising by the day. New reports by Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change show that carbon emissions are increasing and the world is not on track to keep temperatures within the 1.5 degrees as set a target under the Paris Agreement. Against this background, the Africa Climate Summit has therefore been planned to show the solutions that the continent of Africa can provide to the global community in combating climate change. The solutions that will be fronted from the Africa Climate Summit are therefore those that are calling for the urgency and the scale, and also that we have to approach this from a global perspective. The summit is going to show the immense resource potential in Africa, and I will not go into the details as Her Excellency has put out the statistics in terms of the potential, the untapped potential that lies in Africa, the renewable energy potential ranging from solar, hydro, and wind energy. The continent also boasts of large arable agricultural land that, if properly exploited, can feed the whole world with least emissions of greenhouse gases. Africa, in this summit, will also showcase its critical green mineral potential and advocate for value addition of these minerals in Africa to create jobs for the large and growing population and reduce the carbon footprints of processing these minerals outside of the continent. Africa will be showcasing the immense carbon sink potential that go a long way in ensuring the much needed carbon sequestration. Africa will be urging the world to bring capital that is adequate, equitable, timely, and at scale to match these resources as we move the world towards a green growth and low carbon development pathway. Ladies and gentlemen, the Africa Climate Summit is not going to be a forum for blame games. It is going to provide an opportunity for partnerships where Africa and the world are offered trade and investment opportunities in ways that ensure sustainable development. Africa is willing, and is demonstrated through this summit, to commit its assets, including those that have been espoused, to lead the global decarbonization agenda. That is what the summit will be about. It is time, that Africa became the solution provider to global problems, as opposed to the normal stories and depiction of Africa as a vulnerable continent awaiting support from outside, because we believe that with the immense resources that we have that require the capital, require the innovations that we may not have, will actually be available for investments that provide a global decarbonization for everybody. As Africa, we are committed to pursuing a vision of climate-positive green growth that will drive inclusive economic growth, poverty reduction, and job creation, while limiting our emissions and contributing significantly to global reductions. Ladies and gentlemen, the African Union and Kenya are inviting you to come, engage, and participate in this summit in September, and thereafter we will continue this advancing the outcomes of the summit in other global platforms, including the UN General Assembly, the COP28, and other international forums. We are waiting to host you in Nairobi. Karibuni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Soipan Tuya from the Republic of Kenya. So, colleagues, we have now come to the section where we do our question and answer. And you will pose your questions to specific panelists up here. So once we get started, you will raise your hand if you have a question. And if you've been asked to speak, please start by giving us your name and the news agency that you're representing. And as I speak about that, I think it's an opportune moment for me to also welcome all the colleagues who are joining us online. Looking through the numbers here, we have 125 people who are joining us online. So thank you very much for this interest in this very important summit. Those of you who want to send in your questions online, from online, and this is only for journalists, by the way. Only those who are journalists can send in their questions, and you can use this number +254 725 516089. So you can send in your questions through that WhatsApp number, identifying yourself by name and by the organization that you are working for, and I will then pose your question to the panelists here. I think also to make my work a little bit easier, also indicate to whom that question is intended. All right, so now let me start with those who are here to see if we have any questions coming from the floor. Please, sir, go ahead.
My name is Desta. I'm from the News Agency. And one of my questions is that it has been clearly mentioned that pledges and promise has been made since the Paris Agreement and has not yet been met with a solid commitment and actions. And what are the plans of the African Union and its plans in the upcoming COP with regard to this? It's been a long time just rolling promises and again and again. And the other question, what I would like to ask to the Commissioner is, what are the initiatives with regard to carbon market in utilizing and unleashing the potential that Africa has, and even enhancing and capacitating the nations with this regard? Especially, I think it's quite visible the African Development Bank is doing some flagship projects with regard to solar and other Feed Africa and so on. And what are the practical things that are ahead that you are planning with regard to the carbon market?
Over to you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Your first question on the pledge is to say that we should really rely on our own domestic resources first, because we've been getting pledges, but you know the Western countries are not really complying with what they promise. So I think it's time for us to really start, having our own resource mobilization. That's why this particular summit is very important, because one of the areas where we really have a bottleneck is about finance and investment in the climate action. And we believe that with this new initiative, this solution, climate finance solution that we are going to debate and to put it as part of our priority, we will solve a lot of problems, even internally. Let us look what type of resources we have at local level. We have a lot of initiatives. Many countries are doing a lot. Our African countries are spending 2% of their budget to climate actions. I will say the examples are there. Let me talk about my own country, from Angola. We have the drought, very serious drought in the southern region here in Namibia. My government was able to build a dam with our own resources. We did not pledge any, we didn't wait, because all the population, the community there, they are pastoralists, and they lost all their animals. So the government came with its own effort, to mitigate the impact of climate change. Here in Ethiopia, we know that we have also the problem of drought in the Horn of Africa. Ethiopia today, because of the impact of Ukraine, those are conflict, Ukraine and and the Russia crisis, Ethiopia today is producing wheat and is importing at the regional level. So I think our countries are really making a lot of effort. We have a lot of initiatives here. We have, like I said on my statement, we have our own African climate change and resilient development strategy. If we go through implementation phase, I think we will alleviate all this and we will start having a resilient, transformative, action for most of our sectors, mostly agriculture. We have agriculture, industry, and energy. We really need resilience program because in order to combat and get ourselves, resilient to all these shocks that are coming. The second question you said about the carbon market. Indeed, we are in conversation with partners and to say how we can talk more about carbon market, because many of our community or our leaders even, they don't know the mechanism of this carbon market. And we know that we have a lot of potential. So we need to, first of all, to try to make advocacy and present what type of what does this carbon market means, because when we go in our conversation in some platform, we see the way African carbon, people that are working, countries that are already working on carbon market, a ton of a carbon in Africa is $8. But a ton of a market in the other regions with the same problem, it's about $60. So those are the type of areas that we are trying to really, create awareness of the importance of this one and try to, come out with a proper initiative amongst us through workshops, through a lot of knowledge exchange. And we know that one of the countries that is doing very well is the Gabon. Gabon is doing very well. Last year we were there for the Climate Week and we saw some good lessons, good examples of Gabon in terms of gaining something, but the price is still very low on the carbon market. So we are working with UNECA and see how we can start working with our member states so that we can also put it on the win-win pathway for the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We will now take a question from one of our colleagues who is online. But before I take that question, I need to see how many possible questions we will have from the room so that we can better manage time. Do we have many questions that are going to come up? We have one hand. All right, so I think I can take these two questions from Judith Akolo, who is working with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, and she's in Nairobi. Judith says, how does Africa intend to go green when most countries are still dependent on energy generated from fossil fuels? The second question, what are some of the ways that Africa intends to use to generate internal resources to drive its green growth agenda other than dependence on external funding from the developed north? So I think perhaps I will allocate the first question to the Minister and then the second one to the Commissioner with a comment from the Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. This is to Judy. How we intend to go green when most African countries are fossil fuel dependent. I think one of the things that we all agree on is that the decarbonization agenda is very important. It's very critical, and there is no better time than this for us to recast our strategies on decarbonization. And the framing of the summit is such that the key pillars of the summit actually do a very good job of summarizing the renewable energy potential for Africa, and the arability of land in Africa, the carbon sinks, and the need for us to come together in one common voice is that we need to strike the balance For those that are fossil fuel dependent, we have opportunities for decarbonization through an investment, green growth investment pathway. And those are the conversations we are inviting. And it is a win-win. And through the summit discourse, we are also saying that one of the greatest impediments to most of our African countries, even to do the just transition, is the debt distress situation, which is going to be the core discussion within the summit, so that we do not continue with the current situation where development and climate action are mutually exclusive. It is not sustainable. We cannot, they have to go hand in hand. And that is why, as we talk about green growth, we are talking about the financing aspects. And we are going and working around the clock to make sure that we have a common position that brings a win-win for everybody, because even for countries that depend on fossil fuels, we are in agreement that we need to move, we need to transition. So it is about how do we do that in a just fashion? How do we ensure that there is equity, fairness in the proposals that are put on the table in terms of investments and financing opportunities? So that therein, in the question raised by Judy, is the reason why we are putting our heads together, so that we can come up with win-win solutions that deal with our debt issue, the development agenda, to go hand in hand with the climate action and decarbonization. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Commissioner, for the second question. And then after you have done, I would also wish to have the view of the Ambassador on that very same question. And that question was, what are some of the ways that Africa intends to use to generate internal resources to drive its green growth agenda, other than depending on external funding from the developed North?
Thank you. To me, is first of all, at the national level, our government have to know that the issue of environment and climate change is not just a rhetoric. It is a fact, because we are living on it. We are seeing it every day. We are seeing the way, you know, this climate change actions is really devastating Africa. So if we want to survive, to rescue our community, our populations, as a government, as a policy, we need to really have, at least we need to really put some percentage on the climate action in the budget, in the national budget. We have done it in agriculture with the Malabo Maputo Declaration. The head of state came, they said, food security is a priority for Africa. We should invest at least 10% to the budget. If we do it for the climate action, I think we will solve most of the problem of domestic mobilization. So it has to start from the government, because today we see that all these sectors or these issues that we are looking at the global agenda, like climate change, crisis, all these, they are all interlinked. So we can, and the impacts are there. The impacts are there. So in order to prevent any escalating, risk on those issues, it's better for us to really, when we are setting our, that's why I'm happy that during this summit we have ministers of finance. Let them sit in table with us, and when we are dividing the cake, this climate action, because most of our countries, we have ministries of environment, and those ministries have to really be on board the way the ministries of health, the ministries of education, the ministries of agriculture have to be, and the ministry of infrastructure. All these are really issues of development. We cannot put it aside. That's the way I see it. And we can also, through this carbon market, mobilize the private sector, the African private sector, to be interested on that, so that we can also, have some type of investment in those areas. To me, that is really the reason. Like I said in my first answer, we should not rely on external funds. We have to. Africa has a lot of natural resources. If it is properly governed, if it is properly managed, I think we can really take. It's a matter of policies and it's a matter of priority. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Ambassador King, I don't know if you have an additional comment.
Yes, yes. Please just repeat the question so I can.
The question was, let me just find it. All right. So Judith is asking, what are some of the ways that Africa intends to use to generate internal resources to drive its green growth agenda without depending on external funding from the developed North?
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, we must learn to throw down our buckets where we are, knowing fully well that we are surrounded by waters. Interpreted to mean, help yourself, and perhaps others will help you. We don't have to sit and cry and wait for external support. And there are many ways as African nations we can achieve this. For example, we can impose environmental tax on some of the multinational companies that are doing mining operations and activities in our different countries. And also, we should increase knowledge of our public sector workers and knowledge of what we have in situ before we offer some of these contracts to these multinational companies. Because when they come to negotiate, you realize that there is what is known as knowledge asymmetry. They know more about what is in the ground than you, the government. And so we mortgage our resources. So one way we could address that is by also having clauses in the agreements that provides for corporate social responsibility obligation of some of these companies. As Minister of Labor in Sierra Leone, I visited a mining site in 2019. It was sickening to see, what has been left behind as a result of the exploration and exploitation of rutile in that community. We entered that community during the night. It was as if we entered the belly of hell, the bottom of the sea. Complete darkness, whilst electric cables, run overhead into the mining complex or facility. I said to myself, no, this is unacceptable. It's exploitative. It's wicked. Because the people in this community, cannot benefit from basic electricity. So one way we could address this is by imposing the need for corporate social obligation, corporate social responsibility obligation. And also, we should also implement policies that deals with intergenerational and sustainable development. Take, for example, we talk about the oil in Nigeria today. The oil in Nigeria. These resources are non-renewable resources. Once they are exhausted, you cannot replace them. So this generation today, enjoying the wealth of the oil deposits, when they exploit it, they exhaust it, 50 years after. So what are you going to do for the future generation? They have no resources to use to finance development. So we should put in place intergenerational equity trust funds, things like this. We should put in place sustainable development practices, wherein these resources, for example, cannot be used sustainably, but we should look at issues such as quasi-sustainability. By that I mean, by quasi-sustainability, I mean we can provide scholarships for children. Can you imagine a poor child from one back village in somewhere in any part of Africa? You provide opportunity for that child to attend the best university in Spain, the best university in Russia. If you have a Russian company, they are the best university in America. So we invest in them quasi-sustainability. And then also, I think, yes, I've mentioned the environmental tax, investment in education, and then, again, we should also put in place policies that deals with the restoration and decommissioning of our environments. Take, for example, the Norwegians, for example, in the North Sea, after, you know, say, exploration of a mining field, they look at possibilities of transforming that particular location into a fishing reef, wherein fish will come and feed. But in most places in Africa, Sierra Leone, for example, I visited that mining site operated by an Australian company. They just exploit the resources, abandon the place, leave it very dangerous for even children to play around, wherein they will drown themselves there, they kill themselves. So we should actually acquire knowledge, we should raise resources from within, and then we should embark on sustainable and intergenerational policies. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now, I saw some hands from our partners earlier on, but allow me please to finish with the media, and then we will accommodate others if we have enough time. And there has been a flurry of questions coming from online journalists. So the first one is from Andwalem Sisai from online media, New Business Ethiopia. And Andwalem says, my question is, why is it significant to host this conference in terms of pushing Africa's sustainable development agenda? I think, Sisai, there you wanted to say Africa's Agenda 2063 with climate-friendly energy sources. Commissioner, this one is for you.
Can you come again?
Why is it significant to host this conference in terms of pushing Africa's Agenda 2063 with climate-friendly energy sources?
Thank you. I know that our Agenda 2063 has put climate action and environment issues very clear. So it's clear. That is why we have this Department of Agriculture, Sustainable, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment. So we are really committed in this agenda. And we've been saying that we are going from one COP to another, and we don't see anything. That's why our head of state and government, they took a decision for us to have, for the first time, let us sit. We are well organized in terms of the climate agenda. We have CAWOS, we have the organ, the proper organ in African Union that deals with this agenda of climate. We have CAWOS, we have our STC. We have a STC that also looks at the Specialized Technical Committee, which is ministerial. It also looks at the issues of environment and water, all this. So what I want to say is that throughout we are in COP 27. We don't want to go to COP 1000. Like I'm saying, in not all the platform, we all be dead, most of us that are assisting this conversation. So we want to stop COP 1000. COP today is becoming a tourism. It's becoming a tourism instead of it to solve the real problem. We go there, we pay bedrooms in those capitals for $2,000. You know, when you stay there for 10 days, you are paying $2,000. In 10 days, that is $20,000. You can transform a life in a small community in the rural settlement. You can bring light to those people. You can bring new type of cooking tools to those people. So we cannot just go there and stay there for almost 1 month, and there is no deliverable. There's nothing that comes out. We are lucky that the last COP 2027 in Sharm el-Sheikh, we could at least table the issue of adaptation was in the conversation and loss and damage. But we have to go more. So the advantage of this event, this summit, is that what we are going to say here is what we are going to take there. And we want to do it together because our own policy here is to talk in one voice. And the problems are similar, from the northern part of Africa to the southern part of Africa. So we want this, the success, this declaration, this Nairobi declaration, to be our own bill to introduce, so that they should adopt. Because this is our problem. This is made in Africa. This is a demand-driven through African Union, through our member states. It is not coming from the other side. So I think we need to value our own responsibility. So when we go to our partner, we say, this is what we want. Because when you look at the EU, they have every year they have an initiative. They never carried us along. They never engage with us. They do it among their community. And then after, when we are discussing during our partnership, EU, they say, this is what we want. That's the way we should go. We should change, the ambassador minister said we should change our narrative and go the way forward, because it's no longer that era where we didn't have skill. Today we have skill. We should not allow people to come and hijack our ideas. At times they don't have ideas. When you say, I want to do this, look at the Great Green Wall. It has escaped in our hand because of poverty, because we are not taking our own responsibility. If we take our own responsibility, we initiate our own initiative, the partners, they will come. But they will come with 20%, or they will come in technical support, but they cannot do all. They too, they have problems in their own country. They will not take care of us. So that is the question.
Thank you very much. Do I see any hands from the floor? Priority is for the journalists first. Thank you. Let me go back to the journalists who are online. And this one is Chloe Farrand, who is writing for African Arguments. And Chloe says her questions are for Honorable Soipan Tuya, the first of which I can answer because she's asking about the number of heads of state and government who have confirmed attendance, and you have already indicated that it's 15. Then she goes on to say, could you please respond to accusations put forward in an open letter by nearly 360 civil society groups that the African Climate Summit's agenda has been unduly influenced by consultancy McKinsey, which is pushing their own agenda? Minister, over to you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we are aware of the online accusation that certain international think tanks have hijacked the agenda, and that is extremely far from the truth. As we have said, this is an African Climate Summit, but we are also inviting the world, global partners, global leaders who are interested to hear the African narrative and the proposals we are putting on the table, which are saying that all the initiatives that have been done, the COPs, the call for reform of international financial institutions, the Bridgetown initiatives, all these initiatives are good, and they are all attempting to respond to the climate action and the climate crisis that we have in our hands. But we are saying that those are not enough. From the African perspective, they are not enough, and we want to present our lens of what we want to see in terms of climate action. So by the global nature of the summit and the discussions that are going to be carried on at the summit, we have different partners, and I have just stated we have civil society organizations, we have consultancy firms that have come and listened to what we are saying, and they have input and they have suggestions. But I can confirm to the world that this is the African position that we are projecting. We have a draft declaration that has been circulated to all heads of state to input, and we are going to have it read out jointly by the African heads of state in Nairobi, and that is the African agenda. That it has had contribution from global players, yes, and it is because of the global nature of the proposals we are putting on the table, but we are presenting an African agenda in Nairobi. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back to you, Minister.
Sorry, just to say that, and we have invited civil society organizations, are very critical players. In fact, we have had a number of pre-summit engagements with the varied civil society players, and we are going to have another very robust pre-summit activity in the run-up to the summit, led and spearheaded by civil society organizations. And we have a fully fledged secretariat in Nairobi, engaging with everybody, the youth, the women. I can see some youth leaders here, and engaging with different civil society organizations. And I want to say that we are open for anyone to come forward and engage, put your issues on the table, and we are not closing out anybody. And least of all, civil society organizations, because we value their input.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'll come back to you again because this is related. So this question is coming from Helen Shikanda from the Nation Media Group in Kenya. And she says the budget for the summit is about 26 million, but we have managed to mobilize about half of that amount. How do we plan to fill the gap before the summit starts?
Let me say again that we have received overwhelming support from different fronts, from states, both within Africa and beyond, development partners varied in scope in terms of the support we have received. And yes, the summit budget has been stated, 26 million. And we are in a good space, I must say. The deficit that we have currently is in a good space because we are still engaging with partners who have made commitments, may not have been firmed up, but we are okay. We are doing okay with the budget, and Her Excellency can confirm that. And this is a demonstration of how timely this discussion is, as has been demonstrated by the varied and very intentional support we have received. And like I said, of the 13,000 registered delegates, they cover 130 countries, and that is encouraging for us, that indeed it validates the fact that this is timely and of interest to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will come to Minister King, and there are 3 questions here regarding young people. And these questions are coming from Kwabe Victor, who is a journalist of Climate Lens News. So the first one, Victor says, what is the role of the youth in forging a path forward in green jobs and a green economy? The second one you have already responded to, I think, in your first comments, where he's talking about engaging the youth and building their capacity. So I think that one has been responded to already. So then the second question effectively would be, is the inclusion of the young people in addressing the diversity of climate change space green jobs encompassing, are the green jobs encompassing both youths from marginalized and urban areas? Those 2 questions for you, Minister.
Okay, thank you very much. When we talk about the role of the youth in forging green economy, it should be noted that in Africa currently, the rationale for engaging the youth, not only in forging green economy, is paramount, because we have the problem of the youth bulge, wherein we have this mass, thousands of unemployed youths who do not have any faith, do not have any confidence in Africa, who think that the only way they're going to make it in this world is to go to Europe, and thus willing to take the risk of going through the dangerous Mediterranean Sea to find themselves in any European country. So it is important that we engage the youth, that we care for them, that we provide for them. Otherwise, they are going to be a tool in the hands of bad politicians for fomenting chaos in Africa. Thus, we should look at providing incentives for them. In the rural areas, for example, certain NGOs I know in some parts of Sierra Leone, around the Gola Forest, they provide financial support to the youths so that instead of engaging in maybe logging of trees, you subsidize that revenue. Somebody mentioned, how serious are we in terms of, pursuit of green energy solutions when we are still dependent on fossil fuels, that is oil, coal, and gas. So we need to see how we engage the youths, how we provide incentive for them, innovation, again, training, the need for, to support their innovation, their innovative abilities and tendencies. And in that way, we'll be able to bring them fully on board to support government development aspirations, not only with regards green energy, but with regards the general socio-economic situation in Africa. Thank you.
Just the last part of that question, Minister, was what you are talking about. Does it include both youths from urban and from marginalized areas?
Definitely, it includes both from youth from both urban and marginalized areas, because as it is now, it is even very difficult to draw a distinction because of what you refer to as the rural-urban migration. Because of underdevelopment, most of the youths whom you expect to find in the rural areas are now in the urban area. Yeah, so it's applicable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just sweep through the room again for the journalists in the room. Do I see any more hands? No. All right, let me go back to our last set of questions coming from our online audience. And this is coming from Coach Gilbert of Radio Africa Group. And I will put these questions to the Commissioner. African countries are often accused of not forging a united front during climate change talks, yet they suffer the most. Will this be addressed during the summit? That's one. The second one is when the Cabinet Secretary says we will be calling for a new finance architecture. Does this mean that all the loans that we have borrowed from international partners will have to be renegotiated afresh? That's two. Then lastly, during the summit, will African countries take a position on financial institutions still funding energy sources such as coal? Commissioner, those three questions for you.
Thank you. United Front. That's a very good question. Are we really united in Africa? Are we really united in Africa? That's an open question. Back to you. We're supposed to host the AMSEN here. Our ministers are in the town, but they are not in the same journey with us. Are we united? So if we don't change that mindset, if we don't respect our institution, if we don't respect our culture, we will not attain the objective. I'm sorry to say that, but we will not attain the objective. We need to be united in order to go to this front. We have a CADEP. We are pushing the CADEP. The CADEP is not functioning because of lack of unity, lack of implementation. So we hope that this declaration that is coming should be really a reality. Because we are the one exposing ourselves by our behavior. I think Africa, let us stand and look at this continent. We have a lot to give to the future generation. The second one, the new financing architecture, I think it's time for us to change this architecture. and for us to force to change this the international financial architecture. Because even when we look at the climate agenda, we are really, we as African countries, we don't get much support from all these, the Green Fund. So we need to change. We need to change the overall for the development. Because when we look at the interest rates that we get from the Bretton Woods institutions, it's about 7% for Africa. What is the gross rate? I mean, the gross rate of each country. A country, you have a gross rate of 2%. Will you go and get a loan of 7%? When are you going to pay? That's why we are saying we want, this international financial architecture should be changed and should benefit us also as well. You see, as if they did it against us, 7% is too much. So after we enter in this third question, you're saying of debt relief or whatever, I want to really congratulate. I think is one country that was able to manage it in this G20 that just Zambia. I really commend Zambia for negotiating, and I think it should be done for many countries. I think Ghana is trying to also work on that, and many other countries to have the debt relief, mostly after these two big shocks that we went through. Our economy, whatever we gain as a progress, dropped down because of COVID-19 pandemic, now the war of Russia and Ukraine. So I think it's a moment for us to really come on the table and I know that President Ruto is really championing it very well, this architecture, and all his peers are trying to join him on the same key message, because we have to have key message. Your first question is united front of what is happening in this capital of Addis Ababa, with the headquarters here, with all the privilege. We don't have a united front. We are not going to go anywhere.
Allow me to just support the point on the new financial architecture. As I had said earlier, we are talking about the need for fairness. We are talking about the need for equity. We are talking about accessibility and fairness in the risk parameters applied in the dispatch of the funding that goes towards development, as well as climate action. And again, the proposals on the table in terms of the fairness and the equity we want to see is where we have a mechanism which is global in nature, contributed to by every other actor in the globe towards the decarbonization agenda, which will take it out of, the national interest capture, and one where the main parameter for dispatch or allocation will be based on the decarbonization need. And that then speaks to the question that somebody asked on how do we onboard countries that are fossil fuel reliant when we have a mechanism really targeted at decarbonization and distributed according to the decarbonization needs, as we all come together to say this is a global problem that we must deal with globally, and everybody is an equal player or an equitable mechanism through which everybody has a stake and whose goal is really that just transition. So again, in the discussions that are ongoing, this is one of the solid outcomes with specific proposals that is going to come of the Nairobi Declaration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'll just take the final comment, which is coming from one of my own constituents. And this one is Abdul Karim Mojid from Nigeria, who is with the Premium Times in Abuja. He says, I've observed that traveling across African countries is quite expensive, and this could be a major challenge for journalists who intend to attend and report on this significant summit. Are there funding opportunities for genuine journalists in this regard? I feel it is important to prioritize journalists' participation at summits like this to amplify the African climate stories. And also, I have applied for accreditation to cover the summit, but I've not gotten any response yet. I feel that it is important to know the status of this application in order to plan accordingly, as most hotel accommodations in Nairobi are getting fully booked already, while prices of flight tickets are skyrocketing significantly. So very briefly, in response to our brother Abdul Karim in Abuja, there aren't any funding opportunities that I'm aware of, unless perhaps some of our panelists might be able to shed more light on that. I'm not aware of any funding opportunities for journalists to attend this summit. And then to the issue where you say it is important to prioritize journalists, yes, definitely. And if you want to have more information on this summit, you can go to the African Union website, which is www.au.int. There is a landing page that is speaking specifically to this summit, and there is information on how journalists can get to accredit so that they can attend. And I believe there is also another website, which is Africa Climate Summit. If you look it up online, you'll be able to find it. And both those sites are providing ample guidance for journalists to be able to participate. Then as to your last question of I've applied for accreditation to cover the summit, but you've not gotten a response as yet, I do encourage you to go to that African Union website, because there are contact details, and the key focal person on this summit is called Molalet. So if you go to that website and you see the address of Molalet, then you can write to Mola, and he will be able to attend to any inquiries you might have in terms of getting a response or not getting a response. And then finally, I just want to encourage all the journalists to accredit through this website, www.au.int, and also to inform you that the accreditation ends on the 28th of August. So we still have a few days before that website is then closed. So please go ahead and do your accreditation. All right, now I've seen some hands going up from our partners and other attendees to this briefing. I have a note here that says that there is another briefing session coming up after this. So I think perhaps we should take advantage of that to answer any questions that might be coming from the non-journalist participants. Commissioner? Oh, I thought you were saying something.
No, I was asking, there's another one after this?
This is the note that I have here.
Is it still on the same topic, the climate, African climate?
Yeah, it says there is another briefing session for the, or would you prefer to hear the views very quickly?
Because I will soon be traveling.
Okay, all right. So very quickly, I saw a few hands going up. Okay, the first one was the gentleman here. Please be very brief because we've overrun our time, and then we'll come to you.
Thank you. No journalist from the Netherlands, SRVICE. Just some practical questions. Maybe first to Minister Tuya. This is going to be huge, right? More than 30,000 delegates and so on. Can you say a little bit in terms of conference center, hotels, practical things? And then maybe also for Commissioner Sacco to get from that huge thing to declaration, that's a long way. It's a complicated discussion with many topics. Is there already some kind of structure how you want to have the sessions? Is there a draft program already that you can look at? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just combine the questions. Please go ahead.
My name is Kira Simpier. I come from the Danish Ambassador to Ethiopia and the African Union. Thank you, Honorable Minister Tuya, and congratulations on the summit. And Commissioner Sacco, really great to hear all your comments. My colleague, Ambassador King, good to see you again. I just want to mention from the Danish side that we have specifically supported a prep meeting together with my Kenyan colleague, Ambassador Jean here in Addis on early warning system and how important this is for the meeting as well. And I would like to also congratulate you on all the comments on the African ownership. This is really, really important. My minister, the Danish Minister of Development and Global Climate will attend, but we are coming, of course, from not the other world, but because we're together on this, but it's really good to hear about the new financial architecture. This is something we would like to support as well, even though we are not part as such or members of the African Union, but I think it's very important. And coming to that, this is a global issue. It's not only an African issue, of course, it's a global issue. I would just like to encourage Kenya and the African Commission to share the declaration as soon as you can, also with the partners who are not part of the African Union. It's really useful for us so we can support as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. So, Commissioner, maybe you could respond to the two questions posed by...
No, the first one I think is the Minister. Yeah.
In terms of the practical logistics, so the summit will be held at the KICC, the Kenyatta International Conference Center, and we have a multi-sectoral team really that is looking into the security, the transportation, the accommodations, and a lot of that information is getting updated on the summit website. We have had very robust engagements with the diplomats in Nairobi from across the globe as recently as yesterday morning, and therefore that information is out there, and I'm not quite sure what specifically you're looking for, but the information is out there. We are set, and all the concerns have been taken care of. We are offering visas on arrival for our delegates. That information is also out there to make sure that we have no bottlenecks. And we have gauged the capacity of the conferencing facilities at KICC. We have gauged the capacity of our hotels against the numbers that are coming through, and all is taken care of. That's all I can say. And of course, to the Danish government, we are extremely, acknowledge and value the support that has come through. Indeed, the secretariat offices that we are sitting on in Nairobi are fully supported by the Danish government, and we are happy to hear that even with this solid proposal for a new financial architecture for climate action, that you already have the desire to support, and that is encouraging to show that really what we are discussing is timely and resonating with our partners globally.
Thank you, Minister. The colleague from the Danish, both your questions have been answered. Okay, could you give the second one, please? Okay.
Yes, thank you. Yes, we have a draft program and the declaration. We're still working in the language of the African Union. It's been done. We have started sending it to the missions, the diplomatic mission of our member states first, because this is our document. Let us get the input from the capitals, and then after we will put it public, because we even have a time frame, because we delayed a little bit. By 22nd of August, our member states should bring their own input, and then maybe we compile it very well so that it can become on a public public space. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. So that brings our press briefing for today to an end. Before we all stand up and disappear, let me thank very much our panelists who've been with us today. From the far right, Honorable Soipan Tuya, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry in the Republic of Kenya. Her Excellency Ambassador Josepha Sako, the Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment. His Excellency Ambassador, soon-to-be Minister Adenkule King, who is here representing Sierra Leone and is the chairperson of the PRC Subcommittee on Environmental Issues. Let me thank very much all the colleagues from the media and communication sector and others who've come to support this press briefing. And also thank you very much to those who've joined us online, and of course the technical team that has made it possible for us to communicate and to have such a successful briefing. So thank you very much, everybody. Good night.
As a first step, we launched the Single African Air Transport Market January 2018 as the first project of Agenda 2063 to be launched.
Until a few years ago, almost every time you wanted to fly from one side of Africa to the other, you would have to go via Europe.
This will give a huge opportunity to passengers, but also to the entire continent. As we know, many sectors are really interlinked with civil aviation, but also the business in general.
If air transport were to be liberalized amongst them, an additional 155,000 new jobs will be created. 1.3 billion will be added to the GDPs of the 12 countries, and it would make travel much more easier cost effective, and make it competitive.
Guys, we are almost graduating. What does the future hold for us African youth?
After graduating from college, is securing a job certain?
I want to further my education. Why shouldn't I leave this country to seek other opportunities?
As an aspiring fashion designer who would like to trade in textile all over Africa, how do I get funding for my business?
Trade? Are we even sure of economic stability? As for me, I just want to expand our family farm and set up a food processing company. But how can I easily transport and sell my goods to other African countries?
Have you not heard of Agenda 2063?
What is Agenda 2063?
Agenda 2063 is the master plan for transforming Africa into a global powerhouse of the future by the year 2063. And ensuring that Africa's development is driven by investments that are sustainable and benefits all people, and that development activities will promote unity, self-determination, freedom, progress, and collective prosperity, pursued under the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. Do you know Agenda 2063 aims to increase investment in key infrastructure, improve agricultural practices, and better management of our natural resources, as well as access to quality health and education to enable Africans to unlock their full potential? And with a well-educated society and empowered people, our communities will thrive as Africans actively participate in decision-making to promote good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, and the right to live in stable and peaceful societies. And a peaceful and secure Africa will provide the right environment we desire for growth and development, productive employment, and decent work for all. We can build more world-class infrastructure, sustain industrialization, and foster innovation as we invest in the blue ocean economy, agriculture, advanced technology, transportation, health, renewable energy, commerce, and finance, and even outer space technology, translating into a better standard and quality of living for all African people. The Agenda 2063 promotes a united Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values and ethics. Agenda 2063 will enable Africa to position itself as a strong, united, resilient and influential global player.
Wow, that is the Africa I want.
That is the Africa I want.
That is the Africa I want.
That is the Africa I want. That is the Africa I want.
This is the Africa we want!
Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
Introducing PAPS, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, supported by Afreximbank, the African Union, and the AfCFTA, that's connecting cross-border payments in Africa today, linking banks, payment service providers, governments and fintechs, making intra-African trade faster, more affordable, more inclusive, and supporting our shared vision to be one unified market under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, overcoming the fragmentation that created new borders, hampering intra-African trade for generations. With PAP's digital capability, you can reap the rewards of this transformation by enabling your clients' cross-border payments to be instant and cost-efficient, with transactions initiated and settled in local currencies, fully secure with best-in-class ISO 222 encoding, and totally transparent with enhanced analytics for better informed decision-making. If you're ready to extend your reach across Africa and accelerate trade across borders for you and your clients, it's time to connect to PAPS. Connecting payments, accelerating Africa's trade. Discover what PAPS can do for you at paps.com. Today, it's quite challenging to make cross-border payments across the African continent. It takes multiple days to receive the payments. One or two correspondent banks are involved in the process, making it longer and expensive. And settlement is made in foreign currencies. With PAPS, cross-border payments become a smooth journey. First, an originator issues a payment instruction to their bank or payment service provider. The payment instruction is then sent to PAPS. PAPS carries out all the necessary validation checks. Then the payment instruction is forwarded to the beneficiary's bank or payment service provider. And finally, the beneficiary's bank clears the funds to the beneficiary in their local currency by enabling super-fast real-time transactions that begin and end in the local currency with convenient pre-funding in the currency of the country of origin and settlement guaranteed by Afreximbank with net settlement across all participating banks at the same time, 11 o'clock UTC every day. To be part of this great transformation to make faster and more affordable payments across Africa, make online purchases country to country, and send remittances across the continent. Join the fast-growing network of PAPS participants. Visit paps.com today.
Hello everybody, welcome to The Answer Is. I will state a fact about the correct answer. You will have approximately 10 seconds before the complete answer is revealed. There are 10 answers and all of the answers are countries in Africa. Let's begin. Number 1. In this country, polygamy is common, with 39% of women living in these types of unions. Chad. Number 2. The name of this country means the place where the king lives.